tutaj
뒤로
oglądam.
잡아.
קהל נכבד, אתם מוזמנים לשבת, מיד נתחיל. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, we're about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you. קהל נכבד, אתם מוזמנים לשבת. מיד נתחיל. תודה. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and close your cellular phones. We're about to begin. Thank you. קהל נכבד, מיד נתחיל. אתם מוזמנים לתפוס מקום ולכבות טלפונים ניידים. תודה. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Ms. Hila Korach.
Hello, everybody. Please take your seats if you haven't done it already. So, hello and welcome to the Prime Minister's Smart Mobility Summit 2021. Although this year is the 8th time we convene to discuss the global revolution that is smart mobility, it is especially exciting to see you in person this time, as the last time we met was in 2019, before COVID became a part of our lives. Unfortunately, COVID is still here with us, but it is not going to stop all our viewers worldwide joining us virtually to this special global summit. Some of our distinguished speakers will be also joining us online for live interviews, discussions, and more. And let's hope that next year we will all meet here in person. Smart mobility is about disrupting the energy and transportation technologies in order to battle global and environmental challenges like congestion, pollution, and road accidents. We have gathered here today to hear about where we are on the timeline of facing these challenges, with the status reports from groundbreaking industry leaders and innovative startups. We will hear how smart mobility technologies from around the world are tracking these goals and discuss the latest technologies steering us towards higher levels of automotion, electrification, and much, much more. But first of all, here in Israel, the Prime Minister's Smart Mobility Initiative spearheads Israel's national plan for smart mobility, and there is no one who can better explain the initiative and welcome you all than Ms. Daniela Gera Margaliot, who is at the helm as the initiative's Deputy Managing Director. Ms. Gera Margaliot, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 Prime Minister's Smart Mobility Summit. What a pleasure it is to see you all here in person after such a long time. A very warm welcome also to all of you joining us from around the world on our virtual platform. Notwithstanding the COVID restrictions, more than 2,000 participants have joined us this year from overseas. Your virtual presence is a vital part of this summit's success. It is a great pleasure for me to be standing here today, hosting this, our 8th annual Smart Mobility Summit, on behalf of the Smart Mobility Initiative in Israel. Today, with robo-taxis just around the corner and drone deliveries already in sight, digital ticketing and on-demand public transportation at the palm of our hands, and a continuous rise in shared and electric modes of transportation, the smart mobility revolution is here. With over 650 startups in the field, 35 international R&D centers, leading academic research institutions, and more than $24 billion raised by Israeli smart mobility companies over the past decade, more than 10% of smart mobility investments worldwide, Israel is a world leader in the field of smart mobility. A decade ago, the government created the Smart Mobility Initiative with the goal of developing new smart mobility solutions to answer the world's most profound mobility challenges. Over the years, the initiative has successfully spearheaded 2 national strategic plans to promote and nurture a thriving ecosystem of mobility solutions. Together with its partners in 13 government ministries and authorities, the Smart Mobility Initiative established research centers for solar fuel and electrochemical propulsion, the Israel Smart Transportation Center, ISTRC, which is hosting today an academic workshop on sensing for autonomous vehicles, 3 cutting-edge consortiums with dozens of Israeli companies working together to create cutting-edge technologies, EcoMotion, our smart mobility community with over 13,000 members, and a test site for connected and autonomous vehicles. We have supported dozens of pilot and demonstration projects, provided access to open-source data and high-definition mapping of Israeli roads, and have continuously promoted supportive regulation with an emphasis on EVs, AVs, and shared mobility solutions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Smart Mobility Initiative over the years, without whom none of this could have been done. I would also like to thank our many partners. Joint collaborations are the basis of our success. And of course, all of you, members of the smart mobility ecosystem, who have worked tirelessly to achieve our common goal. The Smart Mobility Initiative has always been a junction for entrepreneurs, industry, academia, and government worldwide to meet, discuss, and work together for a better future in smart mobility. The Smart Mobility Summit is the largest international summit in the field of smart mobility, with more than 5,000 participants from over 60 countries, showcasing dozens of cutting-edge Israeli technologies and joining some of the world's leading and prominent experts in the field to discuss smart mobility, innovation, and all with the goal of making our world better, smarter, and cleaner for generations to come. It is with a great sense of accomplishment that we leave the Prime Minister's office and move to the Ministry of Transportation and Road Safety, where we at the Smart Mobility Initiative will continue to promote smart mobility technologies and solutions. Proud to be a part of it all, and wishing you a fruitful and enjoyable summit. And now, it is an honor and a privilege for me to welcome our Minister of Transport and Road Safety to share her thoughts and insights as to the crucial role of the Israeli Ministry of Transport in the smart mobility revolution ahead. Please welcome Minister Merav Michaeli.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so very much, Daniela. We are so happy to welcome you to the Transport and Road Safety Ministry, you and all of your one worker that comes with you. We are opening our arms for you and for all the amazing knowledge and experience you are bringing with you. Really, looking forward. Dear friends, ministers, ambassadors, governors, honored guests all, of course, all of you friends from the smart transportation and mobility community, welcome. I am so delighted to open the 8th Summit of Smart Mobility in Israel. And I too am excited that we are actually here. Even though we are wearing masks still, we are meeting face to face. And it is a sign that we are on our way out of this global coronavirus crisis. Tui, 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 we say in Israel, keeping our fingers crossed that we really are on the way out of this crisis. Because other than a health crisis, this has been a crisis for our industries, with great losses for many companies and, not less important, people who have lost their livelihoods for a major period of their lives. And we are all working our way out of this crisis. But at the same time, this was a time of opportunity. This was a time of a burst of more creativity, more innovations, more new ideas that came with the crisis. Because as we all know, in every crisis, there's always an opportunity. And it is up to us to always take on the opportunity and enhance it. So that's what we have to do now. When we talk of smart transportation, we need to ask ourselves, what makes transportation smart? Today, in the midst of a dire climate crisis, the answer is very clear. The number one to make transport clean, the number one thing to make transport smart is clean transportation. The number one we need really so dramatically is to turn our transportation into a sustainable one. Not only for us to go from one place to another, but in order to keep our planet, to keep our earth such that we can continue live on. This is the number one challenge for our transportation, and certainly for the State of Israel. The number one thing that we have done as we came into the Ministry of Transport and Road Safety is a joint venture and cooperation with the Energy Minister and with the Environment Minister, and the three of us brought to the government a resolution that already passed for enhancing clean transportation with very concrete goals of moving to electrical, not only private transportation, but also, of course, public transportation with the infrastructure that is so needed to make it happen. So what I look to you is to bring even more creative, new, effective ideas as to how to turn our transportation to even more clean and more sustainable, because this really is our number one challenge. The other thing that makes transportation smart is less transportation. We need to lessen the number, and certainly the number of private vehicles that we have on every road. We have to move, a major move towards public transportation, shared transportation, micromobility, all those, some old public transportation, mass transportation, old options, and some new shared and micromobility of all sorts. We have to continue to develop these options, make them more attractive, make them more sustainable, more effective, so more and more people are able to abandon their beloved cars, for which you guys are developing amazing, amazing, innovative ideas. But at the end of the day, if all of us are sitting in half or sometimes less than half full cars, we find ourselves not so smart at the end of the day. These are two big challenges, not only for Israel, but I really don't know of a place that does not have to handle these challenges these days. But in Israel, I have to tell you, that the new budget that we have just passed in the weekend, we put all of our weight to develop public transportation, shared transportation, and of course, light transportation, such as micromobility and also just old-fashioned bikes and walking. Yes, walking is also a kind of transportation, which we need to go back to enabling. So often we think about transportation, we think of the vehicles, and we forget to think about the humans that have to use it. Smart transportation is one that sees humanity as its target, one that remembers that it has to serve the society, that it has to better the society. Real smart transportation is one that enables each and every one of us not only to get from one place to another fast and easily, but also to enable each and every one of us to get where we need to get in life, to enhance our possibilities, to allow social mobility, and to sustain all of us together at the same time. Creativity, innovation, daring, boldness is Israel's middle name. With the numbers that we're giving here as 650 startups and 35 R&Ds and all these amazing achievements of the community in Israel that is really groundbreaking in so many ways. We have the brain power. We have this spirit that always finds something original about everything. This is certainly an Israeli thing, and there's no wonder that the biggest summit for smart mobility is hosted here in Israel. Now we have to elevate it and combine it, first of all, with, of course, cooperation with everyone and every government, every country, every body that wants to take us forward. We need the budget that is always a challenge. But the most important thing we need to move forward is the commitment and the political will, a true desire to make the change. I can promise you that this Israeli government has all the commitment and all the political will to make it happen. Good luck to everyone and have a very, very successful summit. בהצלחה ויום נהדר.
Thank you, Minister. So we know the challenges and we have the means, hopefully. But where are we exactly situated as we think about the future of transportation? To bring us up to safe speed and give us a bird's eye view of our future, it was only natural to ask a groundbreaking pioneer to share his outlook. Please welcome Professor Amnon Shashua, President and CEO of Mobileye and Senior Vice President at Intel.
Very, very refreshing seeing so many people here. I think close to 1,000 people are physically here after a year and a half of being isolated. So I'll talk about our latest status of autonomous driving and the field of, from driving assist to autonomous driving. As we all recall, autonomous driving is really going to be transformative for mobility, bringing accidents to zero, lowering the costs of mobility to cost below public transportation, reducing the number of cars on the road because the utility of each car goes up. So it's a huge transformation. So where are we standing? So first, let's look at the landscape. The landscape, if you look from the left, these are driving assists of today. These are systems in the car, mostly a front-facing camera. Sometimes you have a front-facing radar that are there in the car to intervene a fraction of a second before an accident. So the car will brake before an accident, will prevent the driver from veering from the lane or give a warning. It's called lane keeping assist. And these are very, very high volume devices. So today it's about 50% fitment rate. So 50% of all new cars on the road are coming, with these systems built in. By 2026, it's going to be 76% of all new cars. Just to give you an idea of scale, Mobileye's revenue 2021 is about $1.5 billion just from these systems. The next is an area, it's called this premium driving assist, or level 2 plus, level 3. And these are systems that you start seeing them coming on the road, first with the premium cars, but I believe that they will go down to medium and low-end cars. And these are systems that are using multiple sensors, normally 360 degrees around the car, much more compute in terms of computing power. Sometimes multi-sensor modality will be cameras, radars. Sometimes there'll be a laser scanner, a LiDAR. The driver is still responsible, so the car is not fully autonomous driving, but allows the driver to be disengaged from the driving experience for a limited amount of times. So this is, we can say 95% of the autonomous driving experience will be launched with these kinds of premium ADAS. So this also has the potential of becoming very, very high volume in the coming years. And then the holy grail is what is called level 4, level 5. These are full self-driving systems in which a driver no longer needs to be in the loop, could sit in the back seat, or the car could drive without anyone in the cabin. And the car is responsible for all the driving experience, including being engaged in emergency situation. In some cases, there is a teleoperation that could remotely intervene when the car needs assistance. So this is the holy grail. It's called level 4 or level 5. Now, we at Mobileye, we are developing the entire spectrum, from the left block to the right block. So why are we developing the entire spectrum? Because when you look at the way autonomous driving will play out, it could play out in one or two ways. And they're very, very different. The first, it will play out through mobility. That means robotaxi, robo-shuttles. These are taxis without a driver, or a shuttle without a driver. So it's not owned by a consumer, it's owned by a fleet operator. It could be Uber, Lyft, transportation network company, or a public transport operator owning a fleet of such vehicles, and they provide mobility per payment, per mile payment. So this is one play, which, if you look asymptotically at this play, it means that eventually, it will start with big cities. Gradually, the number of autonomous cars providing mobility will increase in a big city. At some point, big cities or mega cities will not allow privately owned cars to drive in the city because everything is covered by those autonomous cars. Then it will grow, expand from city to city. Then those cars will be able to drive between cities. There will be less incentive for people to buy cars, and it will all be mobility and not private consumption. So this is one play in terms of autonomous driving. Another play is a consumer level. It means it's an extension of driving assist. You buy such a car, and with the press of a button, you can sit in the back seat, and the car will take you to wherever you want to go. You can intervene and drive yourself, or you can disengage. When you disengage, the robotic engine is completely responsible for the driving. Now, these two paths of playing out are very, very different. And the difference is cost and scalability. When you look at robotaxi or robo-shuttle, the cost of a system is not that critical because you have here a device that has a return on investment. For a consumer, the cost is critical. You buy a car that costs, $50,000, you're not going to pay another $200,000 for the self-driving system. The cost should be very, very low. We predict that if the cost goes below $5,000, one can scale, right? So one needs to figure out how to scale both geographically by building maps that are global, high-definition maps that are global and refreshed all the time, and bringing cost, both of compute and sensor cost, to levels below $5,000 in order to create a consumer AV. Now, Mobileye is developing both the consumer level. By 2024, 2025, we will have systems that cost much less than $5,000, a complete self-driving system, and also robotaxis that will start launching next year. So this is an example of this premium level 2 plus. It is now being launched in China. Already 1,000 vehicles were delivered. This is a brand of Geely called Zeekr. It has 11 cameras around the car. It's powered by 2 of our latest system on chips called IQ5. And the driver is responsible, but it provides 95% of the autonomous driving experience. Let me show you. So this is in different territories. This is in Jerusalem. The car is circled in blue, and you can see how it's driving autonomously. And this is in Munich. Here it's going to find an obstacle, understand it's an obstacle, and then overtake it. This is in Detroit. So very different types of scenarios and driving conditions and driving cultures. This is in New York City. This is very, very complicated. New York City and Tel Aviv are kind of very, very tough places to drive. And we have also in Tokyo and, of course, in China. So this kind of experience is now already at a consumer level, starting in China, but it will expand from China to the rest of the world. We're expecting, many tens of thousands of those vehicles, even above 100,000 in 2022. Next, we we level 4 robotaxi. It was showcased at the IAA in September in Munich. It has the same subsystem of cameras that you saw before, but in addition, it has a 360 degrees of laser scanners, LiDARs, both short range and long range, and the radar system. This is much more expensive. This is designed for robotaxi. It's not for consumers. And we will be launching this in Munich and Tel Aviv, middle 2022, without a driver. So we are working on all the regulatory permits to enable this. And if we look at 2024, 2025, there are two thrusts in order to bring this technology to a consumer level. One is efficiency of compute. We're developing a chip. So given all the years we're developing the software, the technology, today we have a very, very good understanding about the compute requirement of such a system. So based on all our understanding, we're designing a chip that will be ready end of 2023, 2 years from now. It's an AV, autonomous vehicle on chip. So a single chip that will cover all the autonomous driving experience. Together with this chip and special sensors that we are developing, imaging radars that could take the place of LiDARs, at least 360-degree LiDARs will not need them, only those imaging radars. We can provide a full self-driving system below $5,000 in 2025 and use that to scale. And finally, the next scalable item is maps. These cars require high-definition maps. These are very, very precise maps with lots of semantic information about priorities, about the traffic lights, which driving path is connected, associated with which traffic light, about pedestrian crossing zones, which one is associated with which driving path. Lots and lots of information and in high precision. And there is a big issue of how to build those maps at scale. At Mobileye, since 2016, we developed a crowdsourced way of building those maps, such that we can have maps at scale all over the world. Today, we receive 8 million kilometers of road every day from production vehicles around the world. We have mapped already 7.5 billion kilometers of road. And in 2024, we'll be receiving about 1 billion kilometers of roads every day. Today we have 6 car makers that have our technology sending that critical data to build the maps at scale. So if you put all of this together, very, very efficient compute, very efficient geographic scalability using maps, special sensors to reduce the need for having expensive laser scanners in a car, and the division of subsystems, camera-only subsystem and then an active sensor subsystems. We'll be both launching robotaxis next year and consumer autonomous cars 2024, 2025 timeframe. And that will be the beginning of a transformation which we'll start seeing in 2030. It will start taking an effect in 2030. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Shashua. Does that mean I don't have to save up for my kids' driving lessons? Can I stop with that? Great. So in this next interview, we'll get a glimpse of how it's done north of the Mediterranean. The German Automotive Industries Association, the VDA, is an inspiring model of how an industry comes together to pull its expertise and experience in favor of making mobility safer, more efficient, and more environmentally conscious. We are very lucky to have with us today the president of the VDA, Ms. Hildegard Müller, to talk to Ms. Müller about the VDA's goal and vision. Please also welcome back to the stage Ms. Daniela Guérin-Margaliot.
Ms. Müller.
Daniela.
Hi, welcome, and thank you for joining us here.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's really a great experience after this long COVID time. I'm back to be here again. We had this wonderful experience at the IAA Mobility. I think some of you joined us there, but this is really inspiring. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. And I think we'll just start straight off the bat. I think my first question for you would be, if you could share with us from your insights. I mean, you're the head of the VDA, more than 650 companies, suppliers and OEMs. You must have a very specific, broad point of view of what's happening in the automotive industry today, what's going on, what's going to happen, and I'd love it if you could tell us a bit what you think.
Yeah, really, thank you. I think the future is really interesting and bright. I mean, we have a growing population on the world, and transport and mobility is an essential need for all of them. And we now have the duty to make all these ideas of mobility to be more climate neutral, more efficient, more safe, and more comfortable for all these people. And so the German car industry uses a lot on research, a lot of investing in building new plants for example, for the production of electric cars, for the charging infrastructure, and also with hybrid discussions for especially for the heavy trucks and the light vehicles. So we invest up to the next 2 years more than 150 billion euros. That show you how important it is to change the whole industry. A lot of employees stick to this industry in Germany, and so it's very important for us.
Absolutely, that's an amazing number. You mentioned the climate and environment issues, which now with COP26 in the background in Glasgow, and everybody's talking about it, and the minister just discussed it as well. And it's clear that this is a big issue and a challenge for the near future. And I know that the VDA has put it high on its priorities, and you've made a commitment, I think, to climate neutrality by 2050. Could you tell us a little bit about what you're doing specifically as the VDA and what role you can take and the roadmap you see ahead to getting there, to climate neutrality?
Yes, we are very involved in the discussions in Germany, but also in the European Union and with the Green Deal, they call it, to make the transport sector neutral. We, as VDA and our member companies, commit to be climate neutral up to 2050. And we are convinced that after 2035, there will be no new vehicles with any CO2 emissions. So this describes, it's a very strong story we have to write, but I'm sure with all these ideas with Richard and also in combination with all your wonderful ideas, and I had the opportunity in the last 2 days to meet a lot of you, and so thank you, Sham from the Chamber of Commerce here, from the AHK, and my colleague Stefan Reinders is also here. We met so many connections, so many ideas, and bring a lot of ideas back to Germany, and I'm convinced that all of the tech scouts we have from the greater companies here will do their best, but the VDA also can bring together the small and media companies. As you know, we have in Germany really a strong supplier industry, and I think there will be a lot of possibility to work together, so I'm very happy to be here.
Great, we're very happy, as I said, to have you, and I agree. I think Israeli ecosystem has a lot of things to give and offer, specifically in the climate area, and as you say, in electric mobility. Could you give us a little more sort of insight about what's happening today in the automotive industry in Germany about the electric vision? I mean, I know they're all saying 2025, 2030, but as you say, 2035, you believe there will be no more, let's say, ICE cars on the road. How do we get there? It still seems like a dream.
Yes, I mean, we do everything what we can, especially for the private sector, personal cars, the way is electric. In Germany and also in the European Union, we have clear fleet targets, and we decided that is the quickest and best way to go to the CO2 emissions. I'm also open for hydrogen ideas, because I think especially for the heavy truck, and next year, I invite you all, we have the IAA transportation in Hanover, because 30% of the CO2 emissions are coming from these heavy trucks, light vehicles, buses, and so on. It's also very important. But that's only one wing of the reform we have. The other is all the measures you are discussing here, the smart mobility. How make the mobility sector more intelligent, more smarter, to bring, to combine this. As I said, we will have a growing population in the world. So it's not only to make the whole production structure CO2 neutral, make recycling from the whole car, from batteries and so on. There's also a lot of research, but also to make the whole sector. And there we are also looking on the current fleets on the ground. We have in the world 1.5 billion cars, trucks, and so on, and they are mostly driven with combustion engines. So we need also solutions for them when we want to reach the whole goal to make the whole sector neutral. So I think open minds, technology open, that's the best thing we can do in periods like these to our transformation everything. And so even when we are committed to electric cars, we are looking what is happening all over the world, what are other possibilities for the future. And I think Israel is a country we can learn a lot from.
What do you think about infrastructure? I mean, it's a big challenge for the electric rollout. And what are you doing to promote that? I mean, in Europe and all over.
That's one of the most important points for the customer. And as your minister said, thinking from the customer, what do they need to go to this electric path that is most of all in concrete charging infrastructure. The people in Germany charge at home, where they work, where you buy your things in the public sector, and on the Autobahn we have. And so we need a different structure, and we have to develop much more efforts than we have in the moment. I mean, Germany, France, and Netherlands have 70% of the whole infrastructure in Europe, but it's not enough, really. When we want to have around about 14 million electric cars on 2030, we need to double all our efforts for more infrastructure. And the next thing is that we need renewable energy, power for all these charging stations we have. And I think this could be one of the most critical points I'm not thinking only about the cities. 60% of the people in Germany are living in landscapes, and we also need to have possibilities because they move to the big cities for their work and so on. And so we need solutions for them, and so we need the infrastructure. It's most of all, it's like with the digitization. That's all these the other possibilities coming from digitization for CO2 reduction, and as I said, for safety and make it more comfortable. So you need a good infrastructure. Maybe you have it here in Israel, in Germany, the broadband and so on. It's not. Sometimes it's difficult. Yes.
We're also still working on it, but you said there's a lot to be done, obviously, and I'm wondering how. Do you think it's more sort of solutions that the market will suggest and supply and demand will give the solutions, or do you think the government has to play a big role here in all we just discussed, the infrastructure, the rolling out? Because I think today most people think, it's the government, you need to create charging spots, you need to create and subsidize, but you could think that maybe, soon it'll be already, costly efficient. The cars and the infrastructure. So I'm asking if maybe you think if there's more to be done on the government side, or if you think it'll happen on its own in a sense.
I think it's a mixture. We are investing also with companies like Ionity or something like this. We are investing in the infrastructure. But most of all, this is, yes, I think it's a rule for the government, for the municipalities. One thing is to pay for it. The other is to organize it, to make it the whole process more quick and so on, and to look, do we really have an infrastructure that everyone can everywhere and at every hour he wants to charge his car, that is he's able to charge it. That's one of the most challenges we have, and so we need every helping hand is welcome in this.
Yeah, well, it's, in Israel, it's definitely one of the issues. Today you can have a charging spot at home only if you have pretty much a private home or a shared building. But in the middle of the city, most people don't have where to charge their cars, obviously, and it's one of the big issues we need to think about and how to solve it. And okay, well, generally speaking, I'm going back to the general view. What would you think, apart from the infrastructure we just discussed, and maybe a little bit more about digitalization, but are there really the big challenges that we're looking at in the automotive industry? And also already I'll ask you the next question about the Israeli contribution. Because as you say, and I think that as you can see here, even in the exhibition, there's a lot of ideas coming out of here, but where do you think they should be channeled to? What are we looking for, as you see?
Yeah, I think we really need more of those cooperations, and so I invite you all, please contact us, contact Sham from the AHK to bring us together with concrete ideas. I think the ideas I can see here everywhere for the charging infrastructure, for digitization solutions and so on could be very helpful for the way Germany and the European Union is moving on. And now it's concrete, bringing the companies together, bringing the ideas from you here to the companies in Germany together. I think there's a huge interest in working together, and so yes, after the COVID pandemic, now it's not only possible via Zoom meetings or Teams or something like this, now we can bring people back together, and then I think 1 + 1 is more than 2. And so let us share our ideas, and we can scale. That's our experience we have in the past. I think the German car industry is still one of the most innovative industry we have in the world. And to bring this together with your ideas, it could be perfect. And yeah, let us do this.
It's a perfect match. And I know in addition to your role as president of the DDA, you also serve as the vice president of the German-Israeli Chamber of Industry and Commerce. I know that for many years already you've been fostering these collaborations and joint ventures together. And this is not your first time in Israel, and we hope to have you back a lot. But could you give me a little more sort of the direction you think it'll be going? Where do you see these collaborations taking place? And what can we do on our side, and what can you do to make more of them happen?
Yes, I think one thing is really the huge concerns we have, like the automotive industry, who's here also located in like BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, and so on. Direct cooperation. You have wonderful trend scouts from them here. Join them, contact them. The effort we can do additionally, I think, is really the small and medium companies. And when I'm talking about all the supplier system, that's very interesting, because I think they have a lot of solutions, especially for digitization, and now inventing and all these ideas of electric, hybrid, and so on. And so these, sometimes the small media company, it's difficult to find the right person to talk to. And so this networking is the beginning of everything.
Absolutely. I think we have time for one more question, and I hope it's all right. It's a little bit sort of more personal. Not personal, but you know, you know, the automotive industry is unfortunately, and as we know, associated with being very male-dominated, okay? And it's great. It's great to see you at the head of the VDA, you know, the largest automotive association in the world, I think. And could you tell me a little bit about how that feels, and could you give some tips maybe to anybody who's kind of looking to make their way up in this industry, and generally speaking, you know, for women?
Yeah, to be open, it is still a more male industry, but it's coming up. I know wonderful women, and I met wonderful women also here from your women's network here in Israel. So thank you for organizing these events. I think at the end of the day, diversity is not a sense in itself. It's helped us to be better. Our consumers are diverse, and so the industry have to be diverse if they want to be successful. And that's what I really want to say with all my experience over all the different branches I have. Companies and industries are diverse, are better and more successful than other companies. And so you have great women. So contact them, bring them inside all your ideas, and that's also, for example, Germany also have to be more international. So we are looking forward to work with you together, and this internationality, this diversity, that makes our solutions for the 7 billion people in the world better. So we are forced to do this.
You're great. Well, I think our time is pretty much up, so thank you very much again. I know you're going straight to the airport from here, so we really appreciate it, and have a safe journey home.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much for the great honor to be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, we promised you the cutting edge in research and technology, and one of the most exciting areas to investigate is autonomous vehicles. In this next panel, we'll be discussing some of the very latest trends and innovations. So please welcome to our stage our moderator, Mr. Michael Granoff, Managing Partner at Maniv Mobility. Joining him are some very special voices we are lucky to hear from. Please welcome Mr. Nikolai Ardei, Executive Director at Volkswagen Group Innovation, and Ms. Luan Midecourvier, Director of Startup and Technology at Valeo. Joining this panel online are Professor Nick Reed, founder of Reed Mobility, Mr. Gail Escribe, founding partner and CEO at Nexus Automotive International, and Ms. Angel Preston, Policy Director at Intel for IoT and autonomous vehicles.
They put this in my ear. I thought that was good enough, but I actually need to hold the mic also. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's really amazing to be here. This is a great way to, I hope, begin the post-COVID era for smart mobility. And we're, following some very distinguished speakers, including Amnon Shashua, who in some ways, is certainly in Israel, I think one of the godfathers of the industry. So we have a lot to talk about, and ordinarily in these things, I think we have two distinguished panelists here with us, and we have three that are not with us today in person, but are with us virtually, as we've become accustomed to. And ordinarily in these sessions, I think it's traditional for everyone to introduce themselves and then to go around and then to end with like kind of a lightning round question. I thought we'd mix things up a little bit, and we'd begin with a lightning round question for all the panelists to respond to quickly, and then we'll get on with the introductions and take it from there. So the question I have is that everyone talks about the timelines on autonomous vehicles, and Amnon talked about it just a few moments ago. But if the truth is, when we were here, many of us were here 4 or 5 years ago, I think we thought we'd be arriving at the 2021 Smart Mobility Conference in our very own autonomous cars, and that hasn't happened. And there's a few places in the world, of course, where these services are actually available to consumers, but they're very few and far between right now. And the question is, 5 years from now, let's say at the 2026 Smart Mobility Conference, will we be arriving in our own autonomous vehicles? Or what will be the biggest surprise about the mobility atmosphere at that time? We'll start with the folks that are here in person and then move on to our panelists virtually.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you, Mike, for having me. Thank you for having me at the summit. I'm extremely pleased to be here. I've been waiting for that for a year and a half when I took this position. First thing, in 5 years, I'm pretty sure Israel is going to innovate still. I'm pretty sure Valeo is going to want still to work with Israeli partners. I'll give you a few numbers. We have delivered for 30 years 1 billion sensors for advanced driver assistance systems. In the next 5 years, we're going to deliver 1 more billion. So there's a huge acceleration, and I believe that safety is going to be key. When I was walking the streets of Tel Aviv yesterday, I really mean safety everywhere. It could be in micro-mobility, it could mean last-mile delivery, it could mean long-haul tractors, autonomous tractors, or mining industry. Thank you.
Nicholas.
Yeah, let me go on. So thank you very much for having me here. So it's innovation and creativity cannot be taken from the screen. It evolves from people coming together. So it's really, really great and exciting for me to be here. So what would we be surprised about within 5 years? So maybe not to be surprised about having autonomous vehicles in the road. So Professor Shashua just told us about this will happen next year already. And maybe we will have the first drones in megacities taking passengers autonomously from one place to the other.
Okay, very good. Angel, I know you were supposed to join us in person, and unfortunately, for some reason, that didn't work out, and we're very sorry about that. But why don't you go ahead and answer the lightning round question before we get to the formal introductions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry about that as well. I wish I was there with you all. But yeah, I kind of have the same response as Nikolai. I think autonomous air taxis may be the surprise in the next 5 years. So, you know, although the technology isn't new, I think it being an option for consumer mobility and urban transportation, I think will be a new innovation within the next 5 years.
Terrific, thank you. And Nick, why don't you answer the lightning round question? Are you with us there, Nick? There you are.
I am, yeah. Hi, thanks, Michael. So I'm going to start slightly controversially. At least it would be in the UK. I think in 5 years' time, the surprise for me would be a move towards a road user charging scheme. So we know that governments are losing revenue in terms of fuel duties as the shift to electric vehicles comes around. So how is that revenue to be replaced? How will the governments pay for roads in the future? And I think that will need to be through a road user charging scheme. And I think that might play into the rollout of automated vehicles as well, where the fee for the road use is part of the payment for the use of an automated vehicle as well. So yeah, I would like to see that happening and happening in a way that was equitable, that pushed us towards that net zero target that's being talked about in Glasgow this week, and helps to serve communities and businesses in achieving their mobility needs.
We'll have to circle back to that topic, Nick, because that's something dear to my heart. That many years ago as a graduate student, I said, you know, how come there's this market failure in that this really in-demand real estate of roads is, for the most part, given away for free. But Gail, let's hear what you have to say about what will surprise us 5 years from now.
In fact, Michel, we are an aftermarket champion, so we are not in the original equipment. And at the moment, through our investment committee, Mobilio in Israel, where we invest in plenty of startups, we are getting ready for any scenario. Be it taxis or shuttles, etc. We are investing at the moment on companies that will provide accessories, that will facilitate teleoperations, you know, that will facilitate retrofit options for autonomous vehicles. So that's fundamentally our mindset. I'm not making any bet. I simply want our community of 2,000 companies in the world in 145 countries to be ready for any type of autonomous vehicle that would emerge in the coming years. And I will share with you a bit later, what type of services we are privileging once those cars and those vehicles will be available.
Terrific. And while we have you there, why don't we go in reverse order now and we'll do the more traditional introductions, but please just keep it to a minute or less describing the work that you do. So go ahead.
So we have 2,000 companies in the world. We are championing the automotive aftermarket, so the cars that are already on the road. And we see three, let's say, priorities when it comes to autonomous vehicles. First, it doesn't prevent you, from making sure that the individual that is in the car is capable to take control of the wheels. So we are at the moment in Israel investing in accessories such as real-time cognitive monitoring with a company called Adam, in which we have invested through our investment funds. We are as well very much looking at teleoperations. And if there is anyone in the audience that has, started to work on it or is largely involved in that, it's an item in which we will develop services, take remote control of any vehicle, be it a taxi or a shuttle, whatever, is something in which we see lots of potential in terms of service. And then, we are talking here about cars that will come on the road, fine, but you have old cars, less than 20 years old, that we could retrofit, and transform into an autonomous vehicle. We see lots of developments there in terms of service. And we are looking at the moment around the world at any options that would enable our community to transform a fairly premium car, that is less than 20 years old, into an autonomous vehicle. So these are three examples of services in which our investment company Mobilion is really focusing on to be ready with all the developments that we're going to discuss around the table.
Terrific. Nick, do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Michael. Yes, so my name is Nick Reed. My background is psychology, actually. I was a psychologist, cognitive psychology and visual perception. And I was applying that academic background in road safety, so studying driver behavior, things like distraction, fatigue, alcohol, and their impacts on driving behavior. And then with the DARPA challenges, with the emergence of the Google self-driving car project, I really recognized the impact that automation might have on the transport system and pushed for research studies in that area, working at the Transport Research Laboratory here in the UK. Led many studies in that area. The world's first grocery delivery was in a project that I led. And then had a few years at Bosch as the head of mobility R&D. And for the last 2 years, I've been working on my own as an independent consultant through my company, Reed Mobility. And my focus is really around the factors that will allow the safe deployment of automated vehicles. How can we collect the data that enables us to say that automated vehicles are operating safely and ethically and delivering all those benefits that we know to be there?
Fascinating. Thank you. Angel, you're coming to us from the city in which my own smart mobility journey began a long time ago. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us about what you're doing?
Yes, hi, I'm Angel Preston. I'm the Policy Director of Autonomous Vehicles and IoT at Intel. I'm a public policy professional. I have, years of expertise and experience in the automotive industry. I spent quite a good time at the U.S. Department of Transportation, so working as the regulator. And then after that, I had the opportunity to represent the interests of, policy interests of the automotive ecosystem in the leading trade association in the United States. So each of those positions prepared me for my role that I have today as I work closely advocating for the policy interest with regards to autonomous vehicles and Internet of Things for Intel, and work closely with the regulator, U.S. Department of Transportation, Congress, other trade associations, as well as the interest groups that also want to see the safe deployment of autonomous vehicles sooner rather than later in the U.S.
Terrific. And maybe later in the conversation, you can tell us whether this bill that just passed the U.S. Congress this weekend is going to help advance the interests of autonomous cars. But meanwhile, Nikolai, tell us about yourself and your work.
Yes, I'm in charge of group innovation. This is the innovation organization of the Volkswagen Group. And this is a worldwide organization with also a very, our most important innovation hub here in Tel Aviv. Connect is its name. And well, we are responsible for all the brands of the Volkswagen Group, from heavy-duty trucks until and to the super sports vehicles like Lamborghini. And well, and before that, I joined Audi as a head of powertrain development, and before that, 18 years BMW in several functions.
Very good. And Loan Mai?
So hello again, my name is Loan-Mi Descorvières. I'm in charge of the incubator of startup and technology. At Valeo, we have two axes of work. One is electrification and the other one is ADAS. And we invest about 12 billion euros. We have 12 billion euros of order intakes in 2018 to 2020. So what I like very much is the products and the technologies. And this amount of money that we can put on innovations, it's one of my big motivations to work for Valeo. Beyond that, I have a background of electronics, and I also worked with Thales. I have the opportunity to work in telecommunications. Now the car is connected, autonomous. So I'm very happy that all comes in one.
Terrific. So, you know, we have here with us in person two people who come from the traditional automotive industry. And I'd like to maybe start with you guys and then hear from our remote panelists as well on kind of the question around how you see the traditional OEMs interacting in this smart mobility future in a world of increasingly autonomous vehicles with the newcomers, the Waymo's Cruises, which of course is also integrated into some of the traditional industries, so there's lots of overlap, but talk about some of that give and take between traditional and the new tech companies.
Maybe I will start with this question. So, of course, this is a big transformation for the conventional automotive industry. And of course, the conventional automotive industry, well, it's very experienced in how to make a car type approvable, how to be up to all the legislation, to have it in a high level of quality and so on. And having all the scaling up in the huge amount of factories around the world. So, of course, it is a challenge for the conventional industry to set up all this software competency, which we are about, very powerful, and we will have a big size in that respect very soon. But of course, I think the recipe at the moment is to just collaborate and to cooperate with all these amazing startups and very agile companies who inflame us in order to get into this transition.
Terrific.
So I was lucky to be chosen because I was there at the right time to launch the team of Valeo in the Bay Area of San Francisco. And I had to ask myself that specific question: what am I doing here? How am I going to be of interest not only for the OEMs, but also for the tech companies? And what happens is that I realized that if you have technologies and you invest a lot of effort, we invest, I believe, about 56 or 60% of R&D effort, which is 12%. Of R&D to sales, which is more a tech company than, you know, the automotive average. And if you excel at what you do best in terms of design, development, and so on, then you are a good partner, not only for the OEMs, like Volkswagen, Audi Group, but also for tech companies like Waymo. And we're very lucky to be part of the partners that were chosen. And beyond that, it's a momentum. If you invest and you are capable of attracting people, then after that, you have to put effort into being at the top. And for this, we think that we cannot do it alone. And you know that, Mike, because we're happy to be one of your LPs. I do believe that VCs, for instance, bring us the insights that we cannot have. We cannot be everywhere. We are not connected everywhere. I will not tell you jokes about Valeo telling me, Valeo? What is that company? Because they didn't know Valeo. And I think partnerships with VCs, with you, Mike, and your team, it's extremely powerful and helpful. And I can see Anne as well. I'm working with Anne Ikar in Israel. And what we do together is we exchange strategy, points of interest, and then you go and scout. You give me advice on who to meet, etc. And then for like everyone, and I'll be spending time with some of you guys to discuss about technologies.
So the theme seems to be one of cooperation, one of the strengths of traditional industry along with the innovation of the technology companies. And anybody from our remote guests want to comment further on that? Nick?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree completely with Nikolai and Loimai on their comments, particularly on that the ability of tech companies to achieve that automotive grade. That really is a big challenge, and you know, the automotive sector is continually evolving, and it has done throughout the history of the automotive sector. With Toyota originally being a sewing machine company, and Bosch, you know, originally just making armatures that made engines much more efficient, and then spread to all the different products it makes today. Where I think there is a difference, though, in how that collaboration might be achieved, and the potential risks to organizations today, is in the scaling when it comes to software and AI and data, and the organizations that have that data and allow and share, and how that data is shared with other organizations, which might fundamentally change the kind of power dynamic between organizations and who has the upper hand.
Got it. Maybe I'll call on Angel and shift the conversation a little bit more in a direction of the policies surrounding autonomy in particular, and maybe even broader than that. We can get into a conversation about like the push and pull of the market, and to the degree to which there will be a sort of consumer pull, a real demand for higher levels of autonomy, how much will be pushed, how regulators will interact with that. Angel, what do you think about that?
Yeah, great question, Michael. I think that there will be a pull from consumers, you know, with the demand for autonomous vehicles, mobility as a service. But I also think there will be a push from regulators as well, not necessarily from the emission side, but I think for the safety side. The promise that autonomous vehicles hold for safety is just tremendous. You know, here in the United States, we have over 37,000 fatalities as a result of, motor vehicle crashes. And, you know, that when we have a technology that can help to put a dent in that, a significant dent in those numbers and save lives, that's very important. It's promising to see the movement that we have in Germany, passing, their regulation to allow for the commercial deployment of autonomous vehicles. And we're hoping in the United States that momentum carries over for us as well. Because we all know what this technology can do. And so that's why as policymakers, as executives in these companies, as we are advocating, strongly as possible to get the deployment of autonomous vehicles on the roads. And so at Intel and Mobileye, that is a priority for us. And we definitely want to see that happen in the U.S. sooner.
Yeah, that's a terrific point around safety, because I saw that the U.S. numbers came out last week, I think. And, all of the gains that were made over many decades in safety and road fatalities declining have in recent years begun to reverse. And I think we can all speculate as to why that's the case. But I think the main reason probably has to do with the attention of the driver. And the fact of the matter is that we all are now constantly connected, and we all now have the ability to be, doing many things at any time. And sometimes people feel as though driving gets in the way of that. And so the safety imperative in pulling forth more highly automated vehicles, I think, is something that we cannot lose sight of. Gail, what do you think about safety and regulation and the push and pull of the market and regulators?
I think that, of course, the regulators will do what they have to do to make sure that, the human beings are protected as it should be. At the same time, I'm not sure that the regulators will think about all those, the range of services that will have to be developed, to host the autonomous vehicle and to make sure that during its lifetime, we optimize the capabilities and the good news that the autonomous vehicle will bring to us. So I was giving the example just before of teleoperations. Teleoperations is something that I would say will even increase safety if you are remotely capable to take control of any autonomous vehicle. Imagine that you are on level 4 and suddenly something happens with the individual on board. Teleoperation could make sure that the car is moving into the right direction without creating any fatality. Okay, so that there is a big, large ecosystem made of services that are already today, I would say, in the brains of lots of startup leaders. And I think that this is really where we are trying at the moment to focus. So the post equipment is driving an enormous ecosystem. And this, I believe, is not always in the mind of regulators. But lucky we are in Israel. We have lots of brains that will help magnify, what regulators are trying to secure, because we can do even better than what they can imagine.
Terrific. As expected, with so many amazingly talented and distinguished panelists, our time is flying by here. But in our last few minutes, I'd love to get everyone to just say a word or two around what they think the remaining hurdles are on autonomous and to the degree to which and their view, I would say, on sensors, which is always a category of controversy as to more is better or less is necessary. So maybe Angel, we'll start with you here and try to keep it to about 30 seconds so everyone has a chance to talk about.
Okay, thanks, Michael. I think two of the hurdles are AV maps and the accuracy of the perception systems. With the AV maps, we know that they contain the information about the physical environment that's needed for the AV to drive safely. And traditionally, these maps are created with specialized vehicles that are going around and around. It can cost a lot of money. It's expensive, to collect enough data for that. It prohibits and limits the scalability for that mapping. At Mobileye, we've been able to, with our map creation, that allows us to map the world efficiently at scale so that we can place our AVs in any city, and we're able to map that city even if we haven't been there before. So that's a huge benefit. And then the second, quickly, is the hurdle of the perception systems. In order to prove the safety of AVs, developers must prove that their perception systems can perform with a failure rate that is much better than human drivers. And so to demonstrate that with real world data, a test vehicle would have to drive billions and billions of miles to be able to simulate that, and that's not feasible. However, if you have an AV that has multiple redundant and independent sensing systems, then that problem becomes much more manageable. And so that's our approach at Mobileye, and that's the approach that we strongly advocate.
Terrific. Al, give us one hurdle that you think is the biggest.
I think it's time. You said it when you started, everything should have already been done. And here we are, it's not done. So I think we have to be a bit patient with this enormous revolution.
Nick?
For me, it's proof. So how do you prove that the automated vehicle is operating safely? What data do you need to collect? How do you share that with a regulator? How do you know it's robust? And then in terms of sensors, I think you need as many as to be able to make that proof. If you can do it with fewer, great, but you need to be able to prove it.
Excellent. I hear a lot of Manifa Mobility portfolio companies sort of in the echoes here with Cognito with proof and simulation and Phantom Auto with teleoperation, but I won't plug those right now because I want our remaining panelists to have a shot at this question. So, Nicola.
Well, as a guy from the very early phase in the development process, I would say I would focus on what is possible. And what is possible can be deduced from our very poor sensors in our faces and the acceleration sensor in our bottom. So this is obviously feasible. But of course, I think the goal is, of course, to reduce the effort to be taken. We have to reduce the costs, like Shashua told us today, below 5,000 euros. This means no laser scanners on our cars. Imaging radar and cameras should be feasible. So this should work. And of course, what we are asking the legislation is they should tell us how to type approval a car. This is the question, what is safe enough? Yeah. Because 100% safety isn't possible, so what is safe enough and what we have to prove?
You get the final word.
And I have 2 seconds. So I agree with all the above. I think what makes it so difficult is the complexity. When you have your eyes, your ears, your sons, I have 3 children. When I raised them and they stood up the first time, they stumbled and they fell. I don't want that to happen if one of my children gets into an autonomous car. I want that to be right the first time, because safety, it's something that we have to pay attention to, and it's intransigence. There's no way out of it. Complexity can be solved only if we work together. That's
terrific. I have so many more questions, but we're out of time, so I'll have to continue this conversation another time. I want to thank our remote panelists for their patience and for joining us remotely. And of course, I want to thank the 2 of you for coming to Israel and being here in person, as well as everyone else who's joining us from outside Israel. It's so exciting to have guests with us once again. And thank you to everyone for your being a great audience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tell them it's summer here in November. So that was illuminating. Thank you very much. The Fraunhofer Society for the Advancement of Applied Research is a German research organization operating 75 institutes throughout Germany. To discuss the technological challenges faced by smart mobility in the future, we are especially delighted to welcome Professor Raimund Noggenberg, the president of the Fraunhofer Society.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And now I will give a little bit an insight about the Fraunhofer activities for mobility of the future. And as we have learned, mobility in the future are not also the future for cars. We have a lot of more contributors for our mobility. I've subdivided the presentation into 3 short points: drivers of change toward smart mobility and Fraunhofer Smart Mobility R&D, and 2 examples for solutions and a short outlook. Now to the drivers that we can see here. The most important driver is the demographic change, and most of you know this. Not only the population growth, also the urbanization, the aging society, other functions for drivers, and the different development in the different parts of the world. As the next, the growing complexity, the interconnected supply chains for production of mobility systems. As you know, at the present time, we also in Germany and in Europe have problems by ships by microelectronic parts for cars, and the global sourcing and the competition. And we have new consumer interests. The young people life cycles, or what we can do, e-bikes. The mobility as a service in general is the main challenge, and not only what I said, the cars. Sustainability is overall a requirement for all systems. And as you look to the technology, you can see artificial intelligence and digitization is a key precondition for automated and connected drive mobility. And the optimization, smart service as a service, and the last big bang of a requirement to our Fraunhofer Institutes was, can the car be in the future, the personal cell in the car? Also, can we use it like a small hospital to detect the situation of the driver and his actual situation, also dependent from his reaction and others. And we have alternative drives and fuels, battery fuel cells, alternative fuels. And I will later give a little bit deeper insight. We prepare at the present time by Fraunhofer a research factory for battery cells, and we prepare also a research factory for fuel cells. It's not so easy in a country like Germany with a high level of salary for the workers to produce in competition to Asia, for example, battery cells. But we will realize this in a new production system and new technology approaches. And energy technologies is the next technology driver. As you can see, the urban air mobility is a new driver. Also in Germany, we work also Fraunhofer together with some companies. We call it the virtual mobility. And we will see in the next time that we have also for this a reality lab. And the policy, what you can see here, is the sustainability goals from the European Union, the emission reduction, the innovation investments in infrastructure. And as you know, today we have a step by step, we got a high number of electrical cars, but the infrastructure is behind the development of the cars. And safety and security, last but not least, is a very special point which we have to consider, especially for autonomous drive in the future. And here, the European strategy for sustainable and smart mobility. As you can see, we have 7 special goals here. The reduction of carbon dioxide emissions by 55% to 2090, and 30 million zero emission vehicles in operation we should have in the next years. The doubling of high-speed rail traffic, the reduction of the road fatalities by 50%. We reduced this in the last years very, very strong. And large-scale deployment of automated mobility and twin, green and digital transitions is a need for us, and the interoperability, infrastructure, IT, and intermodality. The intermodality means the seamless transfer from different mobility systems. And now to some Fraunhofer activities. As you can see here, we go a multidisciplinary way. We have in Fraunhofer 75 institutes, and 30 of them work in this field of smart mobility. And the different Fraunhofer groups, the ITC sector, the light and surfaces, especially for sensors for detection, the materials and the components for lightweight construction, for safety, microelectronics, and production technologies. And we have designed in Fraunhofer, together with the German and European automotive industry, a lead market for the mobility sector, where we work in these different regions, as you can see here. What I mentioned, the battery cell production, we have a project about 700 million euros in Münster in Germany, where we built up 3 different production lines for research in different sites and in different numbers and in a different technology deep. And this is for industrial partners to try out her own products in the future and the product technology for the products in the future. And the fuel cell production, in this focus, we look for a roll-to-roll production for the different fuel cell designs. And also the material development here is a strong focus in this research field. And here a best practice example from our smart intersection communication with partially automated vehicles for a trustworthy area that we can see here. And the challenge is that we have a lot of different users in the mobility on the street, for example, from only a person with with nothing around his body for the safety, and until to a car with different speeds. And the question is, how can we maximize the safety and the efficiency? And what we do here in the solutions, as you can see here, is the automatic detection by video, radar, and LiDAR. In the future, we want to use here also quantum sensors. We work very strong about quantum sensing for detection in this field in the future. And detection activities outside the field of the view are very important, and bring the signals back via internet to the car what is in action. And in general, we want to build up in this way a trustworthy and safe data processing system for about our mobility data space, and we use it then for the real mobility in the city. And on the end, we hope that we can design a digital map that help us, the semi-automatic vehicles, to navigate in the future as an intermediate step until the autonomous and connected mobility. And the second example is here in cooperation with our Israeli partners, and especially here in Tel Aviv, in Jaffa. As you can see, a lot of young people, and not only young, use the e-micromobility by an kick scooter. And there are a lot of advantages, as you know, lightweight transportation. We have the chance for a short distance to use this, very, very flexible also. And the Tel Aviv and Krush kick scooter system, what we have here, benefits for sustainability, and what you can see, the convenience in hot climate is also an advantage. And we have results from the study that we reduce the accidents also in future, but there is necessary to do something. As you can see, sometimes the people with the e-scooter have a relatively high velocity on the walking way. And for this, we have also additional needs in the future for reducing the accidents. And the results in this case, which you can see here, are regulations for accident prevention and anti-cluttering. And this is realized here by the city government. And we look for a seamless integration into other modes of mobility, for example, with the railway or by car or buses or others. And the impact assessment on the city traffic and the safety is very, very significant. And a best practice for We call it SEC for cars, security for connected automated cars, which we have also in research and in tryout in Germany here, is that we use an IT system and data exchange of a core, as the core of the smart mobility in our system. And as you know, a high reliability and a high safety for function is necessary. For example, as you know, we have now problems with what I mentioned with the chips for the cars. And now comes a company and offered new chips in the 2 nanometer until 5 nanometer level. But the automotive industry cannot use them because the reliability is not so high. We buy circuits in the dimension of 12 until 16 nanometers. It's a very interesting thing, and this we also have to bring in the complete IT system for the autonomous driving here. The security is the first and the main important question. And we have now to transfer this solution in a real environmental in Germany, and the first results we have, and I think we will bring it to a complete use system in a city in Germany here. And a short outlook on the end, the mobility innovations through quantum technologies. We do a lot in Germany and also in Europe in quantum technologies. We built up in Germany now 5 hubs to develop quantum, also qubits as basic for quantum systems. And these qubits we can use in the future for sensors, but also for quantum communication. As you know, quantum communication, for example, based on photonics, you cannot hack. You can only interrupt the communication. It's very, very important for the future, and very hopeful approach that we have here. And we work about the quantum computing, and this is very important that we get very fast results from the models also for autonomous driving in the future in general here. And last but not least, we have in Germany from Fraunhofer a very, very interesting conference to quantum technologies. You can see it here, and I invite you all very, very warmly to this conference. Thank you so much.
Global car manufacturers are very active in making the leap to smart mobility, and to talk about how Hyundai looks at this kind of innovation, we are honored to welcome Dr. Yunsung Hyung, Vice President and Head of the Open Innovation Investment Group at Hyundai.
It's my honor to give a speech in front of innovation leaders from the world. My name is Yunsung Hwang. I'm responsible for open innovation for Hyundai Motor Group, supporting business units or sister companies to collaborate with the startups and innovators of the world. We are working with them through strategic investments, accelerator programs, POCs, joint development, and various open innovation events. Today, I'd like to share the vision and open innovation activities of Hyundai Motor Group with you. Before looking into Hyundai's future vision, let's start with the transformation taking place in the industry. The history of auto industry is fascinating, filled with lots of innovations. Over more than 100 years, it inspired other industries to create countless innovations. But the transformation we are seeing today is much bigger and more profound, and the direction of the change is clear. The integration of software, connectivity, AI, electric power, and new business models. Most of these elements are not coming from the auto industry itself. Rather, they are coming from many other industries, and geographically coming from the innovation epicenters like Israel. On this road of industry transformation, I think Hyundai Motor Group is one of the leading players. Hyundai launched the HMG Strategy 2025, comprised of 2 business pillars, 3 strategic directions, and 4 business strategies. 2 business pillars are Smart Mobility Device and Smart Mobility Service, which produce together comprehensive solutions. Our strategic direction is composed of being more profitable in conventional business, securing top-tier leadership in EV and FCEV market, and building a strong platform for service. Now let me elaborate more about the smart mobility devices with these 4 main solutions. First, we have eGMPs, Hyundai's EV platform. I think you will see the advantage that the combination of seasoned car-making expertise and the innovation power creates. HMG also develops purpose-built vehicles and urban air mobility. PBVs and UAMs will vitalize cities by redefining urban mobility. They will provide finely customized service for every purpose and every situation, including the needs of people with disabilities. Finally, we are broadening the definition of robotics. The group's technology includes wearable, service, and delivery robots. This is because we believe that advanced and human-centered robotics can deliver us a more convenient, safe, and enjoyable lifestyle, even enhancing our dignity and intrinsic values. To secure innovative technologies for battery EVs, Hyundai is making continuous efforts to seek collaboration opportunities with startups. To accelerate development of high-performance EVs, commercial EVs, and next-generation EVs, Hyundai partnered with companies of outstanding capabilities in respective fields. These are just a few examples of investment and partnership pursued by Hyundai as part of our OI strategies. Hyundai targets to fully equip the group's commercial vehicle lineup with fuel cells by 2028. Vision FK, a concept H2-powered sports car, and Trailer Drone are 2 concepts that can represent Hyundai's vision for the H2 wave. Trailer Drone concept is a H2-powered container transportation system capable of unmanned operation for long-distance logistics. Its e-buggies allow exceptional maneuverability through sideway movements. Continuing our group's pioneering commitment to clean and sustainable energy for all types of mobility, we will realize our vision of the H2 wave, hydrogen for everyone, everything, and everywhere. Now let's move on to the second business pillar of HMG Strategy 2025, the Smart Mobility Service. By 2025, Hyundai will develop an integrated mobility service platform and promote mobility businesses on a global scale to lay the foundation for future. In terms of global business development, we are taking various approaches around the world. Taking HMG's capabilities and regional market conditions into account, global business outreach is taking place beyond borders in the most effective form for each case. In the course of pursuing human-centered innovation for years, Hyundai developed a unique OI platform called Zero One. In the platform, innovation is led by 3 factors: technology, business, and art. This is how it works. We sponsor and work with artists or creators who have a great capability to sense what people really want deep inside and vividly imagine future society. They share insight, ask questions, and reflect on our lives. The issue or problems identified in the course of a collaboration with creators are answered with the startup's technologies that quickly respond and deliver novel solutions. When startups' technologies meet with corporations, the solutions are implemented to our lives. This is how the innovations for our customers and society are created. To expand our space of collaboration across the globe, Hyundai has been installing innovation hubs called Cradle, Starting with Cradle Silicon Valley back in 2011, we opened the fifth Cradle in Singapore 2 months ago. These 5 cradles are located in the innovation epicenters of the world. When we opened Cradle Tel Aviv in 2018, it started as an investment office. Now it covers almost the whole spectrum of open innovation activities. 01 platform and Cradle together complete the systematic innovation by aligning the internal needs and the seeds sourced by Cradles from the startups, VCs, and academia around the world. We have managed to organize cross-company open innovation capabilities into an open innovation platform. More than 100 internal business units, including divisions from the headquarters, subsidiaries, and overseas branches, have taken part in the 01 Open Innovation Committee. They carry out workshops, POCs, joint developments, and investment with various outside innovators. 01 creators and the accelerator teams, investment teams, M&A team, and event education functions are supporting and facilitating the activities of the committee. This systematic innovation program has been successful. As you can see, we have been securing seeds for innovation, partnering and working with the startups in various industry sectors. Let me illustrate more about the H2 ecosystem as an example. To make the H2 ecosystem work better, we need to break down the value chain, look closer to find the spots that need innovation, and we try to identify proper partners. As a result, we invested and are working with H2 Pro, an Israeli startup, to develop new H2 production technology. To develop safer H2 storage, we invested and are working with a Swiss startup called GRZ. And for H2 transportation, we invested and are working with a Deutsche startup called Hydrogenius. Now I'd like to highlight our open innovation ecosystem in Tel Aviv, which was greatly upgraded by 3 collaboration programs: Quantum Hub, CityZone, and POC platform powered by Talcar. With Quantum Hub, a joint startup accelerator, we are hosting annual batches dedicated to business units of Hyundai, widening the opportunities for potential collaboration. With CityZone, we are seeking open challenges for smart cities. On our vehicle testbed, the POC platform powered by Talcar, we validate and showcase our partners' technologies. We are willing to deeply engage with one of the most innovative cities in the world to realize our philosophy of human-centered innovation. We have dedicated our efforts to build and be part of Israel's open innovation ecosystem, and will continue to do so. In the well-established innovation ecosystem of Israel, Cradle Tel Aviv has managed to initiate various projects. We are currently collaborating with Apollo Power, a flexible solar panel startup. Apollo Power is conducting a series of POCs with Hyundai's business unit by implementing its solar panel on the hood of Hyundai Sonata and Ioniq 5. The result will be exhibited at Hyundai headquarters lobby this month. A dynamic wireless charging startup, Electrion, was selected by the recent 01 Open Call. Electrion's technology is now being tested at Cradle's POC platform, and its result will be shared with the business units for future collaboration. Investments are also part of our open innovation activities. Last year, we invested in UBI, a startup that develops automated inspection solutions. As a leading player in the field, UBI is now being implemented on our factory in Czech Republic. Here are a variety of innovation programs that you can engage. For the accelerating program, we have a Quantum Hub where we run 2 batches a year and conduct POCs with internal teams and subsidiary companies like Hyundai Mobis, a large tier 1, and Globis, a global logistics company. to seek solutions for mobility issues in the city. We have City Zone, our latest partnership, where we aim to work with the Tel Aviv municipality for direct collaboration opportunities with the Hyundai business units. We have 01 Open Call, where you can apply to address published challenges. It was a great honor to share our vision and open innovation activities with you. Hyundai will continue to strive in shaping the new mobility ecosystem with you. So please keep an eye on Hyundai's open innovation and let's push forward innovation projects together. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. And although we are in the business of rethinking our transportation's reliance on fuel, we cannot ignore the human need for lunch. So we are going on a break shortly for a light lunch and a meet and greet, after which we will talk about mobility and service of the industry leaders. We'll discuss the next step in electrifying transportation and about traffic management in smart cities with special guests from the United States and the Israeli Minister of National Infrastructures, Energy and Water Resources to hear from. So enjoy your break and we'll reconvene here at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again your host, Hila Korach.
Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed your break. There is no denying that mass mobility as a service is one of the biggest trends in rethinking transportation towards the future. Our next panel brings together some of the industry leaders of this field to share their insights. So please welcome our moderator, Dr. Anat Bornstein, VP Business Development at City Transformer, and we're lucky to have with us in person Mr. Nir Erez, co-founder and CEO of Moveit, Mr. Oren Shoval, co-founder and CTO of Via, Mr. Dave Weiser, founder and CEO of Get, and from Boston, where the autumn is real, is Ms. Tracy Zan, president of Zipcar.
Thank you, Hila. Wow, this is exciting. Actually, as some of you might know, this is the first time for me not to host this event, so I can actually just sit back and ask the questions. So, but first of all, I want to ask, actually the first question is to the crowd. Do any of you, or let's say, who hasn't in the crowd used one of these applications or services? Can we see the crowd or something? If you have a spotlight, raise your hand if you haven't used these services. Okay, well, it's hard to see, but it looks like most people did use one of those applications and services. And we'll talk about that. When I was asked by my colleagues to moderate this panel, I was very happy because I think mobility as a service is one of the most interesting topics, actually integrating all aspects of smart mobility. Mobility as a service, just to get everyone aligned in the crowd, is going away from personally owned mobility solutions and going into providing mobility as a service. Now, I must say that from an article I read from this last September, it stated that despite what the pandemic has done and that it showed cities the importance of having firms and companies integrate mobility solutions into their whole environment, ecosystem, mobility ecosystem. Despite that, it still looks as though mobility as a service is kind of more challenging, or I must say more, it looks really good in on the concept, but less realistic or less on the ground. And so the first question to all of you is, I want you first of all to give the crowd, give our audience a picture, get a picture for them of how you think mobility will look like 3 to 5 years from now. But I want you to take it from the point of view of the urban dweller using those mobility. What would it look like? And also, where do you see your position? Where do you see your unique proposition? And so maybe Dave, we'll start with you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this summit is about innovation, so let's pick innovation. I like the fact that most of the people came here using one of those services. So you probably know Get as one who've been an operator in Israel, a market leader here, but that's how we know the company. But what's next? Where an innovation is? And for us, I'm excited to share that we believe that the new ability that we developed today, aggregating everyone in the transportation space. Imagine we now have an ability to have all of the different vendors in every city, taxi, limos, black cars, ride-hailing. So it's all in your palm now, not only in Israel, but actually in every city around the world. And having this, especially now after COVID time, when the reliable service is a problem for any single operator, having all of them in one platform helps you to get faster to where you want and cheaper. And mobility as a service, that's exactly, I believe, in next generation today is when first it started by developing services themselves, like the ones that presented here, right? Mm-hmm. And the next generation, it's more mature industry today, is actually give the user, in our case, corporate companies, B2B businesses, an ability to have all of them at once and actually save money and time and have an access to the global world as the remote workforce today requires.
Owen?
Thank you. I think mobility as a service has been around for many years, maybe 100 years. It's called a bus, right? You wouldn't buy a bus to get from home to your office. You just buy the service, you pay for the seat. And I think we will see, now we're adding all of these new services like scooters and on-demand taxis and on-demand services. And it's going to be a holistic view that the rider and the consumer will have different options to go from one point to another. But I think the main thing that will happen as well is that cities will be a much bigger player than they are today, and we're seeing that more and more globally. And that's our main vision at VIA, to help cities transform the public network services that they have, and also their infrastructure into a much more digital world, and to manage all of these different transit options.
And just before I give the microphone to you, one of the things that you stated, which I want to hear also from you, is you said you kind of described a very pink picture of everyone integrated together, like a sharing and bringing everyone to the same table, let's say. And that's something that is very relevant to you. So from your point of view, again, taking the urban dweller 3 to 5 years from now, what kind of picture do you see it?
So for me, it's about a very similar situation from what we had when the internet was in the early days and what we experience today at the internet. It's all about experience. So today for us, internet it's almost like a utility, like electricity or water in our pipes. And I think that we're on our way to get there, but it will take a few years to get there. But it's all about the experience. When we started moving about 10 years ago, only 15% of the cities around the world had transit information available in a digital way. And if you think about the experience, the most problematic issue for people moving within the urban area was information. They just couldn't get the information how to get from point A to point B in a digital way. Now, this has already been solved, at least by us around the world, but I think the experience should be way more comprehensive, and it's a holistic experience, as Oren said. It's the ability to get from door to door and get multiple options to do that, have a clear and easy way to pay for it, and kind of like an automatic escort to your destination by an app or any other device. So if you think about 5 years from now, that's what I would expect.
Okay, it seems like a very optimistic picture, but I want to see it as well, yeah. Tracy, can you hear us?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
So, we, Zipcar, we operate in major cities, and I'm personally myself also an urbanite. So I think if your question around what this mobility as a service look like in 5 years, I think the most simple way I think about it is that there will be fewer cars. And I think it's driven by two things. The first is the changing policies in cities that are planning to prioritize active and shared transportation. We mentioned buses, biking, walking, and just public transit in general, over personal car ownership, and infrastructure for people rather than just parking. I think that's one trend that we'll continue to see. The second one is really around the growth of new mobility offerings. I think many of you in the room and also on stage, are driving some of that innovation ourselves as well. And I think that's really fueled by consumer preference. So in our world, we think about access over ownership, and also by new technologies, whether that's mobile or 5G or AI or autonomous vehicles. I think that will continue to drive continued innovation. What we're seeing, the trend in Europe right now, even in major cities like London and Barcelona, where you see major investments in bike infrastructure, and also just where cities are just prioritizing access to transit over having more congestion in cars in the cities. And I think where I live in North America, we're a little bit behind the curve, but I think in the coming decade, I think you'll continue to see what we see in Europe coming to North America as well. Even like a city in New York today, outdoor dining, just given COVID, is now a permanent year-round infrastructure. And I think many cities in the US are also looking at similar proposals, which means that the taking away parking is a huge change, and also making owning a vehicle even more of a hassle. And I think, when you think about the growth of mobility services across the globe, I don't think we've reached a tipping point yet. I think we'll continue to see fractionalization, as someone else mentioned. And really what I mean by that is really key trip types or use cases that are better served with specialty services than a one-size-fits-all, which is, the car or vehicle ownership. And I think that will continue to grow and get easier as mobile access and technology continues to improve.
And actually, you brought up a very important issue, which is municipalities or the different authorities. Some of them are saying we want to control this, and maybe that should be that way. But it's on the company's hands to provide those services. So, as companies dealing in the urban space, how do you go about creating those relationships with the cities? And I'm not speaking about bureaucracy but more of the do's and don't do's from your experience of how to approach a municipality, a city, how to create the relationship, maintain the relationship, make them understand that you're part of a holistic solution and not a distributor to their regular, well-being. So
I'll take it. 10 years ago when we just started, it looks like private companies and municipalities or government institutions took a very different approach. We were very far away from each other to the point that, we at MOVEit decided that we're never going to trust the government institutions. We're going to build everything from scratch just because the reaction we got from let's say, cities and municipalities. The same way happened with Uber and Lyft that really act as pirates in those cities. Years went by, and I think what happened is that both sides realized that there's no way we can win separately. And today, most of the tech companies that are involved with mobility completely understand the importance of working together with the government institutions. In mobility, it's usually municipal institutions, but in the same time, we see a lot of change. The big success of the tech companies made cities realize that they don't have neither the budget or the talent to push things forward. And if you can't beat them, join them. And I think it works much better these days.
Thank you. So VIA, we are working with cities. So our main business model is actually to help cities plan and manage the public transit networks and the entire mobility infrastructure of the city. For example, the roads. There's a limited set of physical infrastructure where a ton of taxpayer money goes into, and compared to other public resources, those resources are actually managed quite manually and have not yet benefited from the digital revolution that we've experienced in the last decade or two. So we are actually providing tools and a platform to help the cities provide a better service to their citizens, to their taxpayers, ranging from planning the networks and optimizing them in real time, and also providing access to other private operators as well. So we really believe that if you provide technology for cities that help them do a better job at their agenda, and they're trying to do what we call from an algorithmic perspective and a global optimization, right? They're trying to optimize the entire city, not the right of a specific person only. So that might be a different, so public policy is a key piece of that, of course. And we believe that is where the future is.
Yeah, I can, at City Transformer, that's how we see things. That's our also go-to-market strategy, is go with the cities as enablers, not as operators, but more of enablers, and making them understand that we are giving them a solution, especially, Tracy, you mentioned about the US, but especially we see in Europe now that the regulators in city are actually prohibiting vehicles or certain kinds of vehicles to enter different city areas, usually the city centers, and also everything about the parking area, reducing parking areas. And so on the one hand, they're saying, okay, we want to regulate that, but we need to provide solutions. And then as companies working on urban areas, such as you guys and also City Transformer, we also see cities as a partner, enabler, and something to grow with.
Yeah, after all, cities and companies are looking for the ways for people to use less of the private cars and use everything else. And to achieve that goal, you need to have reliable options. And all of us provide technology eventually to give that reliable service to people so they will be using it more than a private car. In our case, as I mentioned, we enable now in every city around the world, not just in Israel, outside of Israel, actually everywhere, to collect all of the options and save companies by using that to get more reliable service. So they might let the people not to use their personal cars, which is benefiting the cities and save cost. So technology today is the way to enable this magic of people giving up on their cars and actually start to use city in a more proper way.
Tracy?
Yeah, some of you may not know, but Zipcar was founded over 20 years ago. So we very early on had to work with cities. We didn't have a choice to really kind of explain what our mission was. And I think over the years we've been, our city relationships have been very important to us. Partly because we have a shared vision for equitable and sustainable urban mobility. So for us, our public partnerships are critical for us in terms of creating a diverse mobility network for everyone. And so for us, we've been pretty successful, I think, because we've prioritized these partnerships very early on. And really kind of partner with some of our large cities. So for example, in the city of New York, we have a deep partnership with the Housing Authority and also the New York City Department of Transportation, and where we're providing access to Zipcars on location, on properties, and we have access to on-street parking. So if you think about New York City as a very busy and congested place, we actually have Zipcars parked all over New York City on street. And that's been a huge success when you think about providing New Yorkers with access to a convenient and also an affordable mobility option. And for the most part, many people find it very expensive or very big hassle to own a car in the city. So we've taken that approach and kind of rolled out dozens of those partnerships across cities where we operate, and it's been very successful. And I think that for us, it's really about making sure that we have a common vision, which is really about solving some of our social and economic outcomes, and also just providing a great service. Someone mentioned earlier about at the end of the day, we are a consumer company. So for us, fleet management and technology is how we make it happen, but we're still providing a really valuable service, and I think that's the most important.
Definitely. So I think we all agree that working in cities is very, very important, and they can benefit from it, and we can benefit for it, and that's kind of like the magic thing. Now, the panel was called Vision of Mobility as a Service Leaders. Now, I think the vision and do's and don'ts and all of that we covered pretty much. I want to take it more to the leadership part, because we do have here with Tracy in Boston, but we all have here true mobility as a service leaders. Almost all of you in the crowd said that they use this application, so you know how great leaders they are. So let's just first of all give them a round of applause, because they're. Go ahead. I think they truly deserve it, because each one in his way made our public transport, our transportation or our mobility or moving from point A to point B much easier. I know for me, I used all of the above. Anyway, so now referring to the leaders part, I want you to now think that a couple of years from now, you're sitting on the board of a new startup, a young startup working in this area. What would be like your 2 pennies of recommendations for him to work from the things that you learned, what it should do, what it shouldn't do, but, just give them like your thoughts now.
So, I'll try to take it from my personal experience, and again, it's my 2 cents, but there's 2 things I would recommend a new entrepreneur to do. One is to really think globally, because there's no other way to win and do a real impact. I mean, this year we crossed the 1 billion users at Move It, so It was a dream that we couldn't even imagine that we'll get there. So think big and think globally. And the other thing is never be afraid of giants that exist in the market. When we started, I remember one of my good friends and one of my investors telling me, Nir, seriously, you're going to compete with Google Maps? And the answer was yes. I didn't know how we're going to do it, but don't be afraid to, break any big giant in the space.
We're producing vehicles. I mean, this is quite giant.
Thank you. So I think our advice is to listen and partner in a very dynamic way. So for example, we are digitizing and optimizing the school bus network of New York City. That's over 10,000 vehicles, hundreds of thousands of kids, thousands of schools, and hundreds of operators, which is quite limited technology currently. And in order to transform and digitize a network of that scale with all the importance and accuracy required for moving and kids from home to school and back, you have to do it gradually. You have to train drivers, you have to show value every step of the way, and these implementations sometimes might take years. And even though you're sure what the vision should look like or where this will be in a few years, getting there is key. It's much more challenging to get there than to just say where it will be. And I think that is key for us, to be very incremental and listen and adapt and iterate with our partners.
It's actually a fantastic question. I wish I would have this answer early when we started, because at the beginning of our times, we've been competing, small companies, small startup from Israel, competing with huge Uber. No chances, and it's been, and when you compete, that's what usually happens. You really go face to face instead of thinking how you can partner. And again, should I get this advice back then? Today, we are not competing with anyone. We are partnering with all of them. And guess what's happened? The small startup from Israel competing with the big Uber. Now we have 2,000 partners, millions of cars, and by design, we are bigger than the sum of the parts. So suddenly, the small company became bigger than those competitors. The moment we stopped competing and thought of partnering and cooperating, and actually the service, the user win. It's not only about ego for us, small company winning bigger company. It's about the user actually, our companies in our case, getting for the first time service, which is better than before. So when we compete, we each individually take care of ourselves. When we partner, we can give a better solution that is better for the city, for the corporate, or anyone who uses it.
Even the big OEMs we saw in the last years they're partnering. In order to achieve the certain goals, they're partnering.
And a better experience for user, yes.
Yeah. Tracy?
Yeah, I think I'll just echo some of the comments that I already made. I think developing and nurturing the city partnerships, when you think about mobility as a service, it's really a local challenge, right, and local issue. So I think I would recommend that, if you're starting your own startup, focusing on those city partnerships are crucial, primarily because you're operating in an urban environment. We work with, as I mentioned, New York, but many other large cities, and there's lots of great smart mobility experts out there that are thinking about this day in, day out. So for us, partnership has yielded a really good result in terms of really creating a unique value proposition that we offer and for our members. And I think, and then my second advice would be, just along the vein of, consistently delivering value to your customers. So for us at Zipcar, we think about our customers as a membership base. And, and we have to always make sure that, yes, city partnerships are important, but it really needs to be at the service of who we're serving at the end of the day. Matt, the mass space is very competitive. So I think we need to make sure that we're continuously thinking ahead and also listening very carefully to what our members are expecting and tailoring our technology or partnerships or whatever that may be to serve their needs.
Okay, so Gina, just to sum it up, for those new coming startups, you have to go global, be incremental, partner, don't be afraid, work with cities, grow with it. And just to finish off, and we started with, and also during, we talked about that at the end, mobility as a service to be efficient for all, we required all transport providers and the municipality and everyone involved to share data. Is that something that is, from your point of view, an obstacle, or even though it's something that is required, is it some kind of obstacle for you as a company? Just a quick, even one line from each one of you before we come to an end.
So in our case, we decided from day one we're going to generate our data, and that was due to the fact that it was an obstacle when we started.
Yeah.
That obstacle became an advantage when we just find a way to do it automatically using the crowd, and I think in a way the obstacle became an advantage.
In our case, we work with cities. We actually provide the digital platform for the city. So the city owns the data, has full access to the data, and is able to get a lot of insights that were really not available before. So all the tools, also the analytical tools on top of the data, and that is a game changer, I think, for many cities.
I think the cities gain a lot from all this data, definitely.
In our case, we should be more careful with data because we work with the largest corporates. More than 25% of Fortune 500 companies are clients of Get today around the world. So we should be careful, and it's critical for us. But we do benefit from openness of this world, and it wouldn't be possible, everything we described, aggregating others, if it wouldn't be an open world where people actually given access to the networks and abilities. So definitely we welcome openness and sharing within the frame of privacy and security.
And Tracy, last comment.
Yeah, I mean, privacy is extremely important for us. So I think we work within the constructs of protecting our data privacy. We own all of our data. I think that cities have been very accommodating in terms of, partnering with us on what they need. The only comment I will make is that having a consistent platform or framework of data across cities would be extremely helpful. So what we find is that 80% of the time the cities want the same things, but the 20% they all want something different. So I think it's really about partnering with the cities to enable a more consistent data infrastructure or platform for them to really consume the data.
All right. Okay, so thank you. We're ran out of time. Thank you for a great discussion, and hope all of you continue to use mobility as a service, and that we will see this optimistic and great picture that you guys described. And Tracy, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. We thought now would be a good time to talk to an industry expert on the ongoing revolution that is electric transportation. We are privileged to have Mr. Ryan Fisher, Senior Associate at Bloomberg NEF, bless you, joining us to provide an overview.
Hi, just checking everything's running right on the IT. So I believe you can see my screen. Thanks for having me today at this Mobility Summit. I work in the advanced transport team at BNF, and I thought I'd spend some time talking to you about the electric vehicle revolution. So to start off, I'm going to look at the industry today. And what we see is that even in a pandemic, we've seen a rise in electric vehicle sales. And now we're at around 2.5 million sales this year, which should leave us at around 5 million EV sales at the end of the year, up from around 2 million in 2019. So that just gives you a good idea of how quickly this industry is moving. And China is probably going to take back its crown this year from Europe on having the most EV sales. It might surprise you to know that last year, actually, Europe was the biggest EV market in the world. North America, you can see quite a small portion of sales in comparison. But after Biden has announced his infrastructure deal and some of the changes in fuel economy targets there, we expect that North America is going to catch up with Europe and China as well over time in share of sales. Now, of these sales, not every single one is the same, and we count those from battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles. And around the world today, we see around 68% of those sales are from battery electric vehicles, and just 32% are from plug-in hybrids. But that does change depending on the market and the incentives that are provided by the government. So in Germany, for example, you get more incentives for plug-in hybrids, and therefore the percentage of PHEVs is higher, getting closer to 50% of PHEVs and BEVs in the market, for example. Now, in our team, we do a forecast. You might see some of this publicly available each year, and we're in the 6th edition. Now, it's titled the Electric Vehicle Outlook, but actually it could be called the Transport Outlook. And this looks at how many kilometers of travel we see globally, how we see shared autonomous vehicles, micromobility interacting on a global stage, and then what do we see happening in the electric vehicle market. And from there, we look at the impacts. So what happens with battery metals, what happens with oil demand, electricity demand. I haven't got time today to talk to you about all of them, but I'm going to talk about the vehicle sales, and I'm also going to talk about charging infrastructure and electricity demand. So in the forecast, we look across these 4 categories. So on the left-hand side, you've got 2- and 3-wheelers. Then we've got buses, cars and vans, and trucks. Now, whilst the picture looks very rosy in the number of sales that we've seen so far, to put some realism on that, in 2020, we saw around 40% EV share of sales for buses and 2- and 3-wheelers. This largely driven by countries abroad, so China, Southeast Asia, India, very high up on the 2- and 3-wheelers. China specifically big on the buses, for example. But global share of sales much lower when we start to think about vans and passenger vehicles. Now, we've heard good stories. If we think about Europe, certainly Norway, over 50-60% EV share of sales. A lot of the big markets like Germany now reaching 15% share of sales. But globally last year, just 4% share of sales for EVs. So still quite some way to go. And in the last categories of trucks, really quite sobering, 0% share of sales if we round that to the right number. And by 2040, whilst you might think that would hit 100%, if you look at some of the economics and hard to electrify areas, we still see there's some way to go, whether that be 2- and 3-wheelers, buses, or those vans and cars, and certainly a long way to go for the trucks. Now, we're hearing a lot more in the news about truck manufacturers going electric, about the infrastructure becoming available, and the battery technology becoming bigger. So whilst this 29% is maybe slightly pessimistic, there is still some way to go, and politicians are certainly looking at this further. Now, the gap to remain, it becomes difficult to assess. So what we've done this year is look at net zero targets. So the idea is by 2050, in a net zero scenario, all vehicles in the fleet would be electric across each category. And you can see on these charts by the dotted line how that happens versus the solid line for each category of where we are in our forecast. Now, I already told you that trucks were lower, so unsurprisingly, by 2050, we see a big gap in that area. And now for vans and trucks, they may account for something like 16% of vehicles on the road, but they actually account for closer to 50% of total emissions. So governments are certainly looking at this in more detail. So that means more fuel economy standards expected to come in, as well as that, more money for charging infrastructure, particularly in depots and on highways, to facilitate these vehicles traveling further on their battery ranges. But we also need lots of different types of charging infrastructure. So I don't actually work for NLX, and I know this slide might seem like an advertisement for the company, but it was the best one I could find that showed a range of charging infrastructure that is available, and to highlight the point that we actually need all of this different type of infrastructure in all the different locations. So today, homes dominate when we think about the total charging infrastructure that will be installed, and somewhere around 60 to 80% of BEV drivers have a home charger in Europe and the US, to the best of our knowledge today. But public charging is becoming more important, and so is faster versions of this. So on the right, you can see a fast charger. And within the last sort of 3 years, they've moved from 50 kilowatt to 350 kilowatt. And we're starting to see more companies announce higher speed charging vehicles. And XPeng announced the other day a concept with over 400 kilowatt of charging. So this is becoming more important, and it lowers charging speeds for people. Along with the charging technology, clearly battery technology is also important in facilitating this change. So then we've got the public charging space, and as I said, public charging is not used so much today in Europe and the US, but it is in China because they've got more apartment buildings. And you can see here, China accounting for over 60% of all the public chargers installed globally. Last year, they installed over 300,000 chargers, and in December alone, they installed 100,000. And that's in comparison to 100,000 last year in Europe and around 10,000 in the US. So the scale of the Chinese industry is much bigger. But there is good news in Europe and the US, certainly those markets starting to move as we see more EV sales and more funding kind of coming in, whether that be from SPACs and IPOs of some of these charging companies, or from them gaining more finance to deliver on their plans and promises to roll out this infrastructure. Now, when we go from the charging infrastructure today to predict what we need in future, we look at electricity demand. So this chart here is showing you in a net zero scenario how much electricity demand is needed, and it's around 8,000 terawatt hours by 2050, and you can see how quickly that scales. What is important is also to think about which vehicles cause that demand. And the red here is just highlighting for vans and trucks, they're almost 50% of the electricity demand, and therefore they will need these specific high power chargers at depots and in public locations along highways in Europe and the US and around the world. We also see this category, which is one worth thinking about. So the dashed line is robo-taxis and autonomous vehicles. We don't know exactly when they're going to come in, but certainly will be important when they do. And we see it getting bigger from 2030, accounting for somewhere close to 15 to 20% of electricity demand by 2050. And that means that you want to charge without a plug. And here you see a wireless charger. Could also be a robotic charger, and there's many different concepts of this that are around. This one is kind of a VW robot that can drive, but certainly you'll have a different type of technology, and that needs to be considered in the investments that might be made in the late 2020s, because you don't want to have redundant infrastructure across the world. Now, all of this electricity demand, we think, is around 15 to 20% of global demand by 2050, so it's a huge amount. Now, it's difficult to get that figure exact because we've got other moving pieces. The electrification of heating, for example, is another one. And what this poses here for transport is both challenges and opportunities. So some of the challenges is, do we have enough electricians? Can we get the grid upgrades quickly enough? Can we do the planning to make sure we can have all of this charging infrastructure when it's needed? But there's also opportunities. So the opportunities is the flexibility of this demand is going to be greater than any of the flexibility that exists within the network globally. And we're starting to see how that plays out with home charging today. You can start and stop that on demand. And what that means really is that you can use all of that storage in those batteries to help the grid and also help emissions. But the reason I show the Ford F-150 is because this has bidirectional capability. You can suck the energy out of the pack and use it to power your home or to power the grid. And that is important because it can be used to suck up currently curtailed energy in the grid. And it can also be used to lower the emissions intensity of the grid, therefore. So politicians are really looking at this in more detail. And I think we could see even mandates in future, from my opinion. And if you look at the legislation from the European government today, what they're starting to say is, we want DNOs and grid operators to discuss with automakers and charging companies of how you can implement bidirectional technology. Now, whether or not we have smart or bidirectional chargers, we have a forecast. And you can see some of the types of chargers that we have and the locations that we forecast them in globally. So around 310 million in our base case by 2040, quite dominated by 250 million home chargers, with around 24 million public chargers and just 4 million for e-buses and trucks. And that rises over time, depending on both scenarios. So ETS to 2050, around 450 million, rising to 700 million in the net zero, requiring somewhere around $1 trillion to 1.5 trillion in investment. And that would rise if that included more of these grid upgrades that you see. Now, in that forecast, you might have noticed home dominated, around 87% of all the chargers, whereas the DC chargers just 2% of the total. And whilst that 2% looks really small, it actually hides the importance. So for buses and trucks, it's quite easy to understand how they can account for 25% of total demand. They drive a long way, they're quite heavy, whereas not so easy for passenger vehicles. So where that 2% of chargers accounts for 50% of demand, I'll just kind of talk about that for a second. So for a passenger vehicle, we see that serving the demand for between 1 and 5 vehicles annually. For a home charger, maybe you're serving your car, maybe it's 2 cars in a household. For a public charger that's slow, we don't see that increasing vastly. We kind of see that you end up with a reasonable amount of blocking of those chargers. Perhaps they're outside an apartment building and they get used by a vehicle every evening, but they don't get used in the day. Whereas for some of these ultra-fast chargers, not only are they 50 times more powerful, but also they can be utilized more heavily than we expect so. So somebody's driving up and using it for 20 minutes. And what this does, if you think about the number of EVs and the number of chargers, is one, it drives down the home charger percentage over time. We see less people installing a home charger, and we see more shared home chargers as more people with 2 vehicles adopt them. But in the middle, this kind of increase in utilization and increase in power drives up the number of EVs per public connector from what we see between 5 and 20 today to between 30 and 40 in future. And you can see that in the middle chart. Now, it's a contentious industry, so I'll just highlight that we're not sure of all of these things and all of the interactions between the power, the location of charging, and the utilization. And there's a lot of technological change going on. So clients can use our model and go in there and look at the sensitivities of what's happening. And we also track data sets on the current rollout of charging infrastructure. So whilst I've given a vision and where we think this might go, we're by no means sure, and this is changing quite quickly. So I'd just like to thank you for your time today, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you, and without further ado, we'll move forward smoothly and eco-consciously, of course, to our next panel that will take us to the next phase of electrification. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Shadi Bisharat, Vice President of Sales at IRP Systems, who will lead the discussion along with our distinguished guest, Mr. Peter Stavert, Head of Innovation at CEVT, Mr. Oren Ezel, CEO at Electroran, Philip Scarth, General Manager and Head of Open Innovation, FPT Industrial, and live from around the globe, Mr. Carl Magnus Norden, founder of Voltatrucks, Mr. Menno Kleingeld, CIO at VDL, Mr. Alex Ashmore, Vice President BorgWarner, and President and General Manager of Aftermarket. Please.
Hello, thank you, Hila. Pleasure being here and having those colleagues with us. So I will start with Carl. I see you here. So Carl Magnus Norden is founder and executive chairman of Voltatrucks, a company that he started investigating in 2016 and founded in 2019 with the aim to produce zero-emission and safe trucks. Well, Carl, we all know the clear benefits of electrification. It reduced CO2, it reduced noises, it reduced the spare parts and service. But at Voltatrucks, you didn't settle even on this and took it to the next level of envisioning a future without accidents, and even your company is claiming to solve the truck drivers shortage in the world. So we would like to hear how you're going to do that.
Unfortunately, I couldn't join you in Israel. I would enjoy the weather. But anyway, coming to your question, is really that we have designed our truck from the ground up based on electric. Why is that important? Is that we have the motor on the rear axle, we have the batteries between the ladder frame, which gave us the opportunity to totally redesign the cab. And what does that lead to? A normal diesel truck, the design of a diesel truck is logical. You basically have a big piece of metal, which is the engine. You have another that is the gearbox. You want to maximize the load space, you push this forward, and then you dress the cab around it, which means that the driver is sitting firstly on one side and is sitting higher, which creates blind spots. What we then, due to our sort of starting with electric, we could totally redesign the cab. Also, the disadvantage with a high seating position is not only blind spots, it's also that the driver, especially in distribution traffic, he often leaves the truck 15, 20, 25 times a day. Jumping down, after a few years in the business, they have problems with knees, hips, and joints. We lower the cab, so it's more or less like you step into a modern bus. So there's not that problem. Taking away the diesel engine in the center of the cab or under the cab, we then can position the driver there, so the driver can not only step out on the traffic side, but also on the pavement side, which is also safer, better, etc. We have sliding doors, so we quite a frequent accident is that the door is opening and you have a biker or a motorbiker or something driving into it. We maximize the glazing, so our ambition is definitely to minimize the blind spots of a city truck. So The first one, then you ask reducing or getting more people into the industry. I think we can do that long term. I think short term, our customers will have easier to recruit and retain the drivers in the work pool. So, because it should be a safer, nicer environment than they are used to. Also, then, of course, with electric, the noise reduction is definitely a benefit, etc. And then for everybody around the truck, actually in London they have made studies, 4% of the traffic is trucks, and they're involved in 78% of all fatal accidents with bikers. So more direct vision is better for, obviously, for the accident rates, and reducing blind spots is also very important. So I stop there.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, a nice vision. And you know, I always say that a leader without a vision is like a letter without a stamp. It will never reach its destination. And what I love about you, Carl, is not only you're a serial entrepreneur with many successes, but you have a great vision behind you. Now, Carl, let's imagine a future where your trucks are not limited to any range, not limited to 200 kilometers, not limited to 400 kilometers. You don't need even to stop and charge your vehicles or your trucks, and you continue driving because you have a platform to charge them in a wireless way. Well, you don't need to imagine that, because we have with us here on stage Oren Ezer, who is co-founder and CEO of Electrion, a company that provides wireless charging technology, which allows charging for electric vehicles on the go to avoid any need to stop the vehicle for charging. So Oren, why don't you explain to Carl and to the audience how your platform works and how we can gain from the advantages it brings? And remember, I get 5% commission on all deals made on this panel.
So actually we saw before the numbers, huge numbers. We are going to move, let's say we have 1.4 billion vehicles around us. Let's assume that we are going to replace half of them in the next decade. And to think that each vehicle will have its own charger, it's crazy. And I think that we need to ask ourselves if we have enough resources on the planet to support this huge shift. So I think that we need to think different. Sharing, to share infrastructure. If we think about fleets, they drive longer distance, they consume huge amount of energy, and they are most polluting. So as you mentioned, what if we can provide the energy to the vehicle while the vehicle in operation without adding complexity? Because the cables that we have today and the charging system that we have today will add complexity. So we don't want to do it. So wireless charging, you mentioned wireless charging, but we need to split it to dynamic. It means that we can charge the vehicle while the vehicle is driving. And we have semi-dynamic and static in cases where the vehicle is driving slowly, and if we park the vehicle, if it's for loading goods at the loading dock, or if it's outside airport when we are waiting for passengers. So we think that wireless charging can accelerate the adoption of EVs. We can open it for everyone. All types of vehicles can be charged from the same platform. And I think that the trucks are a good example for using wireless charging.
Okay, that's really innovative. And you know, innovation is not to follow where the path may lead, but to go instead to where there is no path and leave a trail. And that's what you are doing. So I want to move to Menno Kleingeld, who is the CIO of VDL Group, a large multinational consisting of 105 operating companies in 4 main activities: subcontracting, finished products, manufacturing of passenger cars and buses and coaches. Prior to that role, Menno has been the founding and managing director of the VDL ETS, the automotive innovation and engineering company of VDL Group. Menno, at VDL ETS, among other things, you work on electrifying transport buses. I want to ask you, since electrification enables new way of designing, of structural design of the vehicle, and it opened new door of thinking because we remove the barrier of combustion engines. So how can you please expose us to the benefits we will see in the field of public transportation and how it will affect the passengers in the future?
Yeah, thanks for having me on this forum. And obviously, I would have loved to be here in Tel Aviv, being there on the stage, but unfortunately, that's not the case. How vehicles will change is something that Carl Magnus already alluded to. So basically, you have much more of a free form when you place batteries in the places where they should be. So in between the axles to make sure that the center of gravity is as low as possible and the drivability of the vehicle becomes as good as anything. What it allows further is that passengers get a fully flat space in which you basically transport people rather than batteries and all kinds of humps and bumps that exist through all kinds of combustion components. Next to that, you get a very silent interior, so helped by the fact that electric driving simply is much lower noise levels than any combustion engine, not to only take away also the rattling and everything that comes with build quality. Of course, VDL buses have never rattled or made any noise to that aspect, but what it does highlight is build quality becomes so much more important in your steps forward. If you then combine that also with sophisticated aerodynamics and a completely optimized energy system, so that the vehicle also consumes less than previously, where you had an almost unlimited heat source that you could use for heating up the interior. Now all the energy you need in order to make heat inside the interior also completely changes. So if you make use of residual heat from electrical components and convert it back to cooling down the interior using all kinds of heat pump systems and basically a closed loop design, that allows you to much more freely care about passenger and the people around you. So a much more silent, much more comfortable space where people enjoy their trip from A to B.
Yeah, that sounds very nice. So I understand the passenger in the future will sit more comfortably while saving the planet.
Absolutely.
Philip Scarth is the general manager of FPT Industrial Innovation Center, where innovative technologies and solutions for future industrial powertrain are developed. Philip, we're very interested to hear about the directions you are working on in the Innovation Center. How do you see the EV of the future? And most important, how do you see the electric powertrain of the future?
Okay, thank you for having me here today. It's for us in our sector, we're not just looking at electrical vehicles for the powertrains of the future. We're looking across the demands of our customers require a vast range of potential powertrain sources. So we look at clearly battery electric. We're also looking at hydrogen fuel cell technology to give us the range that we're looking for. But we haven't given up completely on the internal combustion engine. We're looking also at hydrogen combustion to give the distance, give the autonomy to the vehicle, and also some new developments in renewable fuels. So our sector is very complex because we're looking for not only a vast range of different energy carriers, we're also looking at a vast range of different end users. Because in our sector, we don't look just at on-road, but we also have a whole range of off-road, so tractor and construction equipment solutions to look at. So these are we look at the range that we have is also complex. We're dealing with this, trying to look not just at the powertrain itself, but actually the control of the powertrain. So we're looking at very complex, let's say, control strategies, bringing in AI into the mix to looking at how we improve our the control of the data. So we bring, let's say we have systems of energy controllers who look forward, bringing in data from the environment. For example, if we look at a truck which is driving along the road, if the system knows that in 3 kilometers there is a long downhill stretch, the ideal solution is we will drain the battery to have it empty when we are going to recuperate down that long stroke. So we are working hard, not just on the actual hardware itself, but on actually the control of the whole of the energy system, looking not just at the powertrain, to the vehicle, but also to the environment, and then of course, to the possibility of platooning. So integrating the powertrain into the full system is the way we're looking forward to the future.
Thanks, Philip. So you are not only making e-powertrain more efficient, but you are also working to make them smarter and more intelligent so they can reduce the CO2 footprint and increase the range.
Exactly.
With us is Alex Ashmore, who is the Vice President of BorgWarner Inc. and President and General Manager of BorgWarner Aftermarket, responsible for more than $900 million annual sales in the aftermarket. Alex, as we all know, an EV has much less moving parts and mechanical parts than a combustion engine vehicle, and therefore less service parts are needed and much less maintenance is needed. This will eventually affect your current revenue stream. It will take time till that will happen, of course, but still we would like to understand what are the services and revenue channels that you and companies like you will need to establish in the next 10 years to overcome the change to EV and continue growing your revenues?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it shows the difference between the original equipment market and the aftermarket. The original equipment market is changing in steps and changing very, very quickly. When you look at the aftermarket, you look at the vehicles in operation, and as one of the panelists already said, there's 1.4 billion of those vehicles running around the roads today, light vehicles, and there's about 80, 90, and maybe a bit more than 90 million coming into the vehicles in operation every year. So there's a gradual change. So the message that we give to most of our customers is firstly on the combustion engine parts for the next 10 years, probably 15 in most geographies of the world, you've got growth. You've got an opportunity to build on top of that with electrification, with ADAS, and particularly as well to create new models with all the connected vehicle and the telematics devices that are fitted in vehicles now. More than 40% of cars sold around the world now have a telematics device. And when you think about the information and how quickly that can be shared remotely from all the electronics, and 50% of a vehicle is going to be electronics by the end of the decade. In terms of the cost, there's an opportunity to create a lot more new business models for predictive maintenance and servicing vehicles as we go forward.
Great, thanks, Alex. With us as well is Peter Stavared, who is Head of Innovation at CAVT, with more than 20 years automotive engineering and business development background. CAVT is located in Gothenburg, Sweden. The company develops mobility solutions for a different tomorrow and serves Geely Group with innovation solutions. Peter, we would like to hear from you what are the exciting things you are developing for the EVs of the future, and what, in your opinion, is the biggest barrier and challenge for mass adoption of EV, and what are you doing to overcome those challenges?
Thank you, Shady. Thank you for having me. Yes, so what we are doing now, we are developing mobility solutions for a different tomorrow. That means we are looking into EV technology for sure, but also what is really important for us to understand are the customer, the users, and the use cases to really target the right requirements. For example, when it comes to developing a vehicle, right sizing, it starts with, for example, top speed. What should the top speed be? And that drives the mass of the whole vehicle when it comes to a lot of systems. Of course, adding intelligence to the vehicle, making it taking the most efficient route and all that, that is also important. We also see a new type of customer that are the fleet operators and the fleet owners, which is very much different to the private users. The private user is hard to predict. You don't know what the vehicle will be used for, but when it comes to this mobility as a service, it's much easier, you could say, because you know. It's like the trucking business. You know what will happen and how to set it up with charging and everything. The biggest challenge, I guess, right now is the infrastructure. It's not walking hand in hand as we saw on the picture before. So I think we need to balance also the transformation. I believe also we will see many powertrains over the coming years. It will not all be electric. But when it becomes electric, we really need to use that vehicle for many kilometers and very efficiently. So we are also exploring now with some of the brands in Geely a sharing model where you could share your vehicle, you lease it on a monthly basis, and you can share it with people you trust.
Thanks, Peter. So actually, you're looking into reducing the CO2 footprint of the vehicle in the lifetime by using more kilometers of the same vehicle and the same batteries. So that's a good point, because when we're talking about electric vehicles being cleaner than combustion engine vehicles, we need to remember that electric vehicles, even if they are 100% clean on the road, the electricity produced to charge a battery is not necessarily 100% produced from clean sources. And the production of the battery itself is also a high energy consuming process that emits CO2 gases as well. So I want to ask the panel here, on top of decarbonizing the grid, which is obvious and being done by most countries, what additional technologies or solutions are you working on to improve that CO2 footprint of an EV? So we start with you, Oren. How can Electreon make EV more clean towards zero emission than it is today?
First, if we will reduce the size of the battery, the vehicle will be light and more efficient. So I think it's a must to drive. Most of the time we drive from our house to the office back and forth 20 kilometers, and we are carrying 1 ton or even more with us on a daily basis. So it's not efficient at all. Even if one time a year we need to drive, I don't know, in Israel it's a very short distance, but to Eilat for 4 hours, we are buying a huge battery and we carry it with us on a daily basis. I think that we need to think about using renewable energy. As we understand, we have the sun during the day. So instead of, if we want to use it, we need to store it again. So again, we have batteries. But if we want to eliminate it or to reduce it, we need to think about ways, different ways to consume energy during daytime. So it can reduce the size of the battery at the solar panel side, but also we can help reducing the huge demand from the grid. It will be basically overnight, so we can spread the energy across the whole day. So wireless charging, we can deploy it almost everywhere. So we can give access to charging in operation time. So we can reduce the size of the battery and we can spread the energy across the whole day.
Yeah. Carl, I would like to hear your point, your insight about that.
Yeah, well, from our point of view, first of all, for us, it's important we're not a research project. We want to come to the market as soon as possible and basically make an impact as soon as possible. So every diesel truck that we can replace, I think we have achieved something. And especially in our business case in the cities, the CO2 emissions are, of course, very important, but the NOx, the particles, the noise and the shakings, etc., is making life less attractive in the cities. So that is a side effect that we get immediately. But anyway, on that, is sort of coming to the market as soon as possible and starting to make an impact as soon as possible. Then we have taken the latest but existing technology basically in our trucks that might have a footprint or have a footprint, as you say, in the supply chain. What are we doing about that? We are now, right now, we're looking at all our suppliers and our full supply chain, and firstly trying to quantify what kind of emissions do we have in the supply chain, because if you can't measure it or don't start with measuring, you cannot improve it. So that's step number one. Number two is really that we work with these suppliers and seeing, and we don't have a resistance there. Everybody wants to become more sustainable. So it's more working together. Where can we limit? What is possible? I mean, it's no use to try to chase sort of improvements that cost you several billions. You have to do the lower hanging fruit first and reduce. And of course, what we also can do is look at our engineering, thinking already when we construct a truck, what pieces at the end of life, I hope that is 30 years later, 40 years later, but at the end of life, what can we reuse? What can we basically maybe even, take the parts apart and reuse, etc. So you should have a more holistic view of basically from start of the supply chain to end of life. And that's our ambition. It's not happening overnight, but that's where we want to go. And as I said, for us, it's very important to work with partners in the different fields. And I feel no resistance. Everybody wants to go in the same direction. So we want to lead that process.
Yeah, thank you. Alex, I want to move to you because BorgWarner bought Akasol recently, who are a leading battery manufacturer. And we thought maybe you can share some trends and technologies being developed in this area to make batteries more efficient or make the footprint of those batteries less effective.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And Akasol it's a high-performance battery systems manufacturer, really specialized on commercial vehicle, off-road, rail, and some industrial applications. And it's growing fast as well, 1 gigawatt of capacity last year, growing to 5 by the end of next year. And the things we're working on are the general, pretty much the general trends in the industry. Obviously, reduce cost is the first one, and that's going to make battery vehicles and trucks more affordable and a better total cost of ownership for everyone. So we need help with reduced cost. We need help with increasing the power density and the energy density, shortening the charge times and making them have a less degrading effect on the lifetime. And anything that's going to help us with durability and, of course, reinforcing safety around the battery, and perhaps linked back into the cost factor, anything that can kind of move the chemistry a little bit away from the rare metals and the ups and downs in commodity pricing, well, mainly the ups really, that those rare metals have is going to be helpful to make this kind of nascent industry develop a lot more quickly.
Yeah, that takes me to the next question. After almost 2 years of COVID, we are now experiencing some strange behavior of the market and the economy. For the first time since a decade of decline in battery prices, this is the first year that battery prices are changing direction and are going up due to commodity prices. In addition, we are experiencing shortage of chips and commodities to produce vehicles. Ironically, while we are here talking about the vehicles of the future, some of the OEMs right now are not able to produce the vehicles of today. How do you believe all this situation will affect the OEMs and their EV development and its progress to the road? And does this create advantage for startup over OEMs? I want to start with you, Philip.
Thank you. Yes, it's clear for OEMs it's a great challenge that we have at the moment, because what we obviously have is a situation where we need to produce the product of today and invest in the product of today, which is internal combustion engines for our sector, diesel engines, primarily natural gas. At the same time, we need to be developing the powertrains in the future for decarbonization of future with all the technologies that I mentioned before. At the same time, the fluctuations in the commodities market, from the battery prices, from chip difficulties, can't take us away from that vision, that long-term vision, because we're looking at a 10, 15, 20-year vision. We need to basically keep our eye on the final goal and keep trying to invest on that. Going back to your point about the startup community, is clearly, as I mentioned before, we have a big the bandwidth of technologies that an OEM needs to cover, not just keeping the current product alive and developing, because we still have Euro 7, we still have CO2 reduction, 2 steps thereof. We need to be, there's a demand on that of R&D budget for that particular activity. At the same time, we need to be investing on the real novel technologies. So one of the solutions that we're working on within open innovation in our sector is to open up to the startups to bring in that novelty that we're looking for. We can't just look at internally created novelty. So we're looking at working with startups closely to bringing our knowledge as an OEM and our customer database, our customer information, to leverage the dynamics of the startup community with our products to improve together an effective product. So that's what we're doing from the startup point of view.
And you have a lot of startups here today, so you can start.
We're welcome. We're speaking to some really interesting startups this morning, so it was really nice to see some good stuff coming out of Tel Aviv.
Great. Menno, we would like to hear your opinion about that topic.
I think we're talking about a couple of different crises that happen at the same time. And so we had COVID kicking in quite hard and still lasting or flaming up again. That has taken away part of our sales in the touristic sector, so the coach vehicles, where basically our sales were nullified. But at the same time, we also see actions of governments to accelerate the move to zero-emission policies and to pull them in rather than to push them out. And that helped us tremendously also in our development process, but also the sales of our zero-emission vehicles. We've been on the market with zero-emission public transport buses since 2016, have over 1,000 vehicles in operation, all running quite well. We're now on to the next generation or close to launching the next generation with a lot of innovation inside. So to your earlier point, we're moving to lighter weight materials. We're using much more optimized systems in total, allowing at the end of the day, and I think that is also to the point of Oren, we're starting to consume less. And if you consume less, then your batteries can get smaller. If your batteries get smaller, then your vehicle gets lighter. If your vehicle gets lighter, it consumes less. And then you get into this nice vicious circle where you want to be in. And then with the horizon ahead of us, with new battery technology coming in, with higher density, free-form shapes also of batteries rather than those square packs that you need to find space for, there's a lot of innovation ahead of us. That's also why we love the Israeli innovation landscape. We're collaborating with a couple of Israeli companies in Quantum Hub, being active also in that whole innovation space, trying to grab those guys that help us to take the next step forward. Being a rather traditional manufacturer, we need that external impulse to get going, to keep us on our toes, to make sure that we do the right thing, we explore the unknown, and that we really take some risk in what is more a software-based solution right now than it is a hardware-based solution. And I think that also emphasizes the point that was made earlier by Carl Magnus and also by Alex. So we're making best use of that total ecosystem across the globe, I would say.
Yeah, thanks, Menno. I have 1 minute to get your answer, Peter.
Yeah, I think many good things has already been said, but if I would like to add something, I think it's the word sustainability, which is often mistaken for just being an environmental solution, but it really means people, planet, and profit. It doesn't work without the profit. So when it comes to developing vehicles for tomorrow, we really need to think about, do we fulfill these three P's, planet, profit, and people. Exactly. Thank you, Shady. No, I think we really need to find the solution together and be open and share everything from data much more than we have been kept it tight a lot, but I think we can be a bit more open on some topics. It's not a differentiator for our end users we're talking about here. It's more smart standards that we all will benefit from.
Thanks, Peter. So our time is up. I want to thank you all for joining us. It was a pleasure having you here, and good luck to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've talked about the vehicles and technologies from the point of view of the automakers and innovators. Now it's time to look at the municipalities as they make the transition into smart cities, are changing their policies and emphasis on traffic management. And we have the pleasure of having here with us a top expert in this field, Mr. John Porcari, President of Exilion US and former Deputy Secretary of the United States Department of Transportation. Please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. As we think about traffic management in a smart city, we have to reprioritize. Congestion reduction has been a primary goal, as has enhanced safety. We now need to add decarbonization as an equal priority. In the United States, we spend 11 billion hours in traffic every year. We have 6 million car accidents per year, and every vehicle emits an average of 4.6 tons of carbon dioxide every single year. For most of the rest of the world, it's a version of the same story. So for a cleaner, safer, congestion-free world, we know we have to decarbonize urban mobility. Yet even the most optimistic vehicle electrification scenarios envision a 20-plus year fleet turnover. So if we're going to make some progress, we have to be imaginative and relentlessly innovative with the vehicle fleet that's out there today. But how can you fix what you can't accurately measure? In the US, CO2 emissions are measured at a regional level, a kind of bubble over each metro area. Emissions reductions can be measured only at the most crude area-wide level, usually on a quarter-by-quarter basis. And those measurements are static. They're done once and seldom verified after a new highway or transit system is built. These metro-wide bubble calculations themselves are updated in multi-year increments. So as a result, there's little faith, understandably, in the accuracy of these crude measurements, and no practical way to measure granular impacts on individual neighborhoods. But if you took the latest AI video processing technology and used it to create a digital twin that's constantly responding to current traffic conditions, you could use that digital twin to predict and optimize traffic and calculate the CO2 reduction on an individual vehicle basis. Think of this digital twin as a kind of carbon calculator, where the type of vehicle, the road conditions, the AI-based driver profile could result in continuous emissions calculations. Think about how much more accurately we could measure carbon dioxide levels at the local level and overall carbon reduction if it was based on individual vehicles and their individual characteristics. You could then aggregate that individual vehicle data into much more accurate regional data. Rather than a regional model based on average assumptions, layered on other assumptions, you could have accurate data. And think about how those verified and cross-checked individual emissions reductions from better traffic flow, more efficient vehicles, and better driving habits could be monetized. We could reward more efficient vehicle use, the use of public transport, walking, bikes, scooters. We could raise funds for further decarbonization, creating a virtuous cycle through verified emissions reductions. The fact is, in the short term, this model would represent the fastest and most cost-efficient emissions reductions for government entities at the state and local level in the United States and elsewhere. And all of this could be an output from a digital twin fueled by AI video. All the strategies, alternatives, and innovations that are being discussed and debated worldwide right now, more efficient public transport, active transportation such as walking and biking, new private business models, electrification, land use and road design changes. These are all important, but they're medium and long-term strategies. We need a shorter-term bridge strategy, one that rewards immediate carbon footprint reductions in real time, one that's built on verifiable emissions reductions in individual vehicles through individual, not quarter-wide or metro area-wide carbon reduction measurements. Since every one of the traditional alternatives will take time that's usually measured in years, to develop a physical infrastructure improvements, let's make sure we focus on the innovations that can help now as we rebuild our infrastructure in new ways from the ground up. We can turn every vehicle into a real-time carbon sensor as we build these longer-term global plans for fighting climate change. We all understand the challenge that's in front of us. If we're going to hand off a better world to our children and their children, we have to start today by making better use of the advanced digital tools that can be put into service today, while the decarbonized infrastructure of the future tomorrow is planned, designed, and built. Thank you. We have a lot of work ahead of us.
So in keeping with our previous topic, urban mobility is enabled and facilitated by data. Our next panel will discuss how data is handled, utilized, and managed to improve urban mobility. Moderating this panel is Mr. Tal Kreisler, co-founder and CEO of No Traffic, and joining him are Ms. Tiffany Chu, CEO and co-founder of Remix, Dr. Smadar Itzkovich, founder and CEO of Israel Smart Mobility Living Lab, and Mr. Eran Shir, co-founder and CEO of Nexer, and very early in the morning from the West Coast in the US, Mr. Ashok Tipirneni, Global Head of Product Management, Smart Cities and Smart Connected Spaces at Qualcomm.
Thank you. So welcome everyone, and thank you for joining our panel about traffic management for smart cities. My name is Tal Kreisler. I'm a co-founder and CEO of No Traffic. We have gathered here a group of urban mobility experts and visionaries, each in their own domain. And I have to say I'm super excited to be here, not just because of this distinguished panel, but also since this is one of my first conferences since March 2020. So thank you everyone for organizing this event, and I do hope to see many more in the near future. So the term smart city was actually first coined somewhere at around 2005. And what it means is, in order for a city to be considered smart, it needs to have three main key verticals or elements: connectivity, data, and government support. A major aspect of making a city smart is its transportation infrastructure, sometimes referred to as smart mobility. An enabler to many services and apps we're consuming on a daily basis and sometimes take as for granted. Since urbanization is increasing rapidly, with current estimation predict that more than 6.5 billion people will live in urban environments by 2050, which is about 70% of the world population, today it is more important than ever to adopt new ways to transport people and goods through urban environments. So I want to start with a quick introduction of the people in this panel, really quick. Ashok, perhaps we'll start with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tal, and good evening, Tel Aviv. My name is Ashok Tipirneni. I'm the head of product management for smart cities and smart connected spaces at Qualcomm. And my role is to make sure we have complete end-to-end solutions that we offer to the city, along with our platforms, silicon, and services. Thank you.
Tiffany?
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiffany Chu. I am the former CEO and co-founder at Remix. And Remix is a collaborative transportation planning platform. And we work with about 500 cities and transit agencies around the world. Fun fact, we started off as a hackathon project at a nonprofit called Code for America. And we built a prototype to help residents of San Francisco to suggest better transit routes to the city. And it went viral on Twitter in 2014. And fast forward 7 years, we actually recently got acquired by Via, who is here today, also based in Tel Aviv, and excited to be with you all here. This is my first time in Israel.
Thanks. Eran?
Hi, everyone. My name is Eran Shir. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Nexar. Nexar operates the largest network of road cameras, allowing us to capture over 150 million miles of video every month from every city in the US and turn that into data to power smart cities and such applications.
Smadar?
Hello, I'm Dr. Smadar Itzkovich. I'm the founder and CEO of Israel Smart Mobility Living Lab. We are a non-profit organization recognized by the Israel Innovation Authority as a consortium, as a technological consortium for smart mobility in Israel. We provide a safe digital platform for sharing data and technology based on collaboration between tech companies and the public sector. We have over 30 members in our consortium, startups, high-tech companies, governmental authorities, cities, academia. Actually, No Traffic and Nexar are part of our group, and Eran Shir is our chairman. And we all sharing data, sharing technology, doing projects, facing all kinds of challenges in the public area for the business good and for the public good as well.
Thank you. So in recent years, we've seen some big names entering the smart mobility and smart cities verticals, such as Qualcomm and Google, Intel, NVIDIA and Amazon, and some also of the traditional car manufacturers such as GM, Ford, VW Group, and others. And I'd like to kick off our discussion addressing my last statement, and I'll start with Ashok. So first of all, good morning, Ashok, and thank you for joining us so early, live from San Diego, California. Qualcomm is well known for its chipset making capabilities, and you lead the product management for smart cities and smart connected spaces at Qualcomm. Can you share why Qualcomm ventured into this vertical and what's the biggest challenge that you're seeing?
Sure, Tal. One of the big reasons Qualcomm is interested and entered space is because for the public utilities or for cities that require a multitude of service offerings, there's a lot of fragmentation today, and there's a lot of systems that are kind of siloed within a municipality or a city. And that provides a great opportunity for somebody, a player like platform, like Qualcomm, who's providing a complete end-to-end solutions, along with a platform that helps multi-use. One of the big challenges that we see here is the legacy systems that are there in the city. Needs to become working with whatever new technologies that we are proposing. And it has to be a multi-use technology. That means any connectivity solution or a sensor solution that we offer to the city needs to be doing more than just mobility. It has to be addressing multiple use cases. And that's what enables the city to make sure that the advances in technologies are always kept up to speed. In the mobility world, that is a big challenge because the legacy infrastructure in some cases is 20, 30 years old, and we need to make sure those are integrated to the current technology, and that is a big challenge for the cities today.
Thank you, Ashok. And I have to say it's super fascinating to see all these tech giants moving from their core to other verticals, starting to operate in these traditional domains. So, Eran, what do you think is the biggest challenge of mobility at scale in urban environments?
Well, the way I look at this market, I think of us right now as like in the internet of 1997. Right? So if you think back to what was the experience in 1997, pre-Google and pre-Wikipedia, if you had a question, some knowledge you wanted, you had to go and research it, and it was not obvious that you'll get an answer, definitely not in 5 minutes, right? Fast forward kind of 10 years after, in 2007, we all became kind of accustomed to this point where any question that we can come up with, we just go on Google and we pretty much find an answer in like a minute, right? It becomes like an obvious thing. And I think that the next decade will see this happening in the real world, right? Like today, if a city official or if an algorithm that the city employs wants to know about how many trucks are right now parked on the curb or how many buses are stuck in front of a private car in a bus-only lane or any other question, they cannot do that. They're starting to now do it, but fast forward in a decade from now, you'll have cameras in every corner, you'll have cameras in every vehicle, you have sensors and lidars and all this kind of stuff. You'll have the systems to integrate all of this data into a digital twin, a live map of the world, and you'll be able to both answer these questions in real time and also employ algorithm to optimize the organism that is the city. And you know, it's I think that in the case of a smart city, it takes a village. It's not like just a single solution, single type of company, single type of sensors. It will be an amalgamation of many solutions coming together towards that vision of doing for the physical world what Google and Wikipedia and all these things did for information on the web.
Thank you. And I'm sure that Smadar have a lot to add for this as well.
Yes.
After coming from the municipal side as well in the past.
I always said that smart city, every city wants to be smart, and every governmental authorities want to be smart, and mostly they are the owner of the infrastructure, but the data and the technology are outside, and without collaboration, they cannot face alone all kinds of important challenges, such as resilience, environment, safety, accessibility, congestion. They have to find a way to work together, and we as high-tech companies or startups have to find the way to provide an holistic solution for the public area. All kinds of technologies that are working together. This is, I think, high value of product that we can provide for the cities. And the decision makers in the city are not accessible to quality data. Quality data, real-time data are not available for them. So mayors or managers cities sometimes receiving decision not based on data because they don't have the data. So by working together, by providing on one hand the infrastructure and on the other hand sharing the data with the city, I think this is a win-win situation.
Great. So, Tiffany, you had quite a journey in the urban mobility space, right? Working as the first UX designer at Zipcar back in 2014. Took a year off for a fellowship called Code for America. That's an organization that helps local government to approach problems via using technology. And then co-founded and turned the CEO of Remix to be acquired this year by VIA. You're also a commissioner of the San Francisco Department of Environment and sits on the city's Congestion Pricing Policy Advisory Committee. But I have another fun fact. You hope not to ever own a car. She's never gonna be your customer. Why is it so important to have equality when it comes to mobility?
So I think what's interesting about everything you just read about my background is that being one foot in the transportation and urban planning world and then another foot in technology and venture capital and fundraising, and there seems to be a very big disconnect around kind of what is it that cities and planners think that they really need and what the venture capital and startup community is trying to sell. And I think what's very interesting about this disconnect or Venn diagram of overlap is that oftentimes if you are a member of the city staff or public sector agency, you almost kind of have a really good idea of what it is that would improve your system, whether it's higher frequency buses, making sure that the buses come every 10 minutes instead of every 30 minutes or 45 minutes, making sure that they're on time, making sure that there's a protected bike lane where there's a lot of cyclists and scooters and can separate them from pedestrians. There's a lot of really basic elements of transportation that many quote-unquote smart cities do not get right today. And so there's almost this foundational piece of why transportation exists, and I think it's very fascinating to be at this conference where there's so many technologists trying to apply really, really cutting-edge technology to a very, very human problem. And when you think about why transportation exists, it's to get people from point A and to point B. And the reason behind that is because there's actually this really famous Harvard study done a few years ago where the zip code that you're born in, at least in the US, probably applicable to places around the world, the zip code you're born in is the single largest contributor to whether or not you can move upward economically. And so transportation becomes a pathway for opportunity, what kind of jobs you can get, where you can get them, and what kind of lives you lead as a result. And I think this is essentially a public responsibility of local governments. And sometimes I think that's forgotten in the midst of all the technology.
So, Smadar, I want to refer the next question to you, since you have a great overview. As we see more advanced technologies becoming prevalent in our domain, what urban mobility application would you most like to see in use? And let's not consider the amazing technology that sits here.
Improving our life. This is what the application. I think, like I mentioned, there are like 5 major challenges that we have to face it in order to improve our life. So I chose safety and environment. And the roads exist. We have to find a way to manage them better. So all kinds of applications that regards on traffic management are very, very important, I think. The environment issues, as I mentioned, the safety issue. I think we don't use enough technology in order to save lives in the roads. And all kinds of challenges regards accessibility. So I will give you one example of project that I involve in with some of our members. We are running a very interesting project with Netivei Israel. Netivei Israel is the owner of like 90% of the roads in Israel, and they want to manage it better, to use data in order to manage this road, and they took Road 2, and they're working with us, 8 companies working together to provide all kind of data and tools in order to improve the traffic management of Road 2. It's like a use case. So imagine, move it, Nexar, Opon, BWR, tomorrow, all kind of data, weather, smart cameras, mapping, all kind of data we provide to command center of Netivei Israel. So by working together, we can improve the safety in this road, we can improve the traffic management and other aspects. It's a good use case. This is the Living Lab. Living Lab is running advanced technology with many partners in a real environment, in real time. By doing this, we can learn what kind of data and technology works better and what less. And then to take this solution and replicate it to other roads in Israel and the world. This is the goal. I hope I answered your question.
Very politically
it was a long
correct.
answer to a short question.
So you are supposed to choose one, but you're very politically correct, so you choose all, which is great. Ashok, what kind of specific technology you'd like to see vastly used?
Connectivity across the board, Tal. For the cities, we always look at, hey, the latest and greatest, but we often see in most of the cities that whatever new technologies that we put in doesn't reach the unconnected, doesn't reach the folks that really need it in the end. So from our perspective, I think it's very, very important that we make this digital divide go away. Make sure that whatever new technology equity is available to all, we have to democratize that piece of how the city offers these services to all its citizens. I think it's very important to make sure that the city is in control of providing this digital equity. And it brings up to a very important problem the city is trying to solve is if they had a chance to offer this kind of connectivity across the board for all of its systems, including mobility, I think that's what will really help. And in this case, private networks that are able to connect people and devices and systems together are the way of the future.
Thank you. Tiffany?
Ooh, I would like to question the question a little bit. I don't know if there is a singular application that will solve all of our problems.
What's something that you'd like to see if you had to choose one?
Okay, so I think one that I'm really excited about, and I've seen in a handful of cities around the world, is as cities are starting to prioritize public transit in very high traffic corridors, they're painting these transit only or transit priority lanes. But sometimes cars still get in the way, and so sometimes you have like one person blocking a bus that has, 60 to 80 people in it. Somehow the one person thinks that they're more important than the 60 to 80 people. And so there's some really interesting traffic camera technology where the bus will have a camera on the vehicle itself, and then they can read the license plate, and then that person will get a fine because they deserve it.
Perhaps Ran can help.
I was actually asked to implement that application 5 years ago.
And what happened?
We decided we don't want to go into the fine creation business. There are other companies, actually a few Israeli companies that are doing well exactly for this application. But I totally agree with you on the fact that we have a lot of potential in applying AI and vision, in particular, crowdsourced vision, in order to solve all of these roadblocks that we have in the city. I would say that for me, the thing that I can already see coming down the pike that is really exciting is this concept of shared memory, where every vehicle, not only vehicles, also embedded sensors in the city, are sharing what they see with everyone else. I think that one of the challenges that we see, definitely from a safety perspective, but also from optimization perspective, is that today every vehicle is like in Mad Max universe, right? Like it's driving, trying to combat with all the other vehicles around how to best navigate the city, especially in Tel Aviv, right? But not only. And I think that once we manage and we finally now have both the infrastructure from a connectivity perspective, compute that is embedded in the city, and sensors in the vehicles to actually implement that vision, where every vehicle is aware of not only what's happening next to him, but actually what's happening 50, 100, 300 yards away. That allows us to really see the future and really get, not jump into a hole that maybe a smart braking system will save us from. So I am most excited about seeing that getting realized, and I think these days with compute coming from major players with 5G and all this kind of stuff, with new AI technology, it's within our reach.
Cool, so we don't have a lot of time left, so on the next one let's try to be short. Tiffany, where do you see urban mobility in 5 years, and what needs to happen in order for us to get there?
So I think what's really important for this entire industry to understand is that transportation and traffic is really a problem of geometry. And the reason why we have traffic is because too many people are trying to go to the same place at the same time. So the only answer to that problem is how do we move the most number of people in the least amount of space? And whether that's, prioritization of more, vulnerable modes over others. I'm really excited about everything being electrified, really excited about everything being automated. But if we have the same number of cars that are on Tel Aviv streets today, and everyone is just, an electric and an automated vehicle, we still have the same amount of traffic regardless. So we're really not solving that problem until we get to the point of moving the most number of people in the least amount of space and getting people out of their private vehicles.
So Ashok, I know you are aiming big. Where do you see urban mobility in 5 years?
Along with electrification and other things, what I really, envision is how are these going to be self-sustaining in the long run? So to me, along with all the greatest technologies that, the ecosystem is producing, really what, in 5 years we would really be seeing is how turn into the business models for the cities that are self-sustaining and that are able to do this in the long run without a big impact to the city's budget. To me, that's where, in the next 5 years, things are changing so much that it allows the cities to go do this.
Eran?
For me, I would love to see growth in the extreme sides of mobility. So buses and massive mass transportation on the one hand, micromobility on the other hand. If we make micromobility safer, if we make mass transportation something that is more efficient and more prevalent, I think we'll be on a path for a better future. I think that keeping up with the current state of things is probably a bad idea. I was just stuck for an hour in traffic today. It's not fun, and we should work to improve it.
Thanks, Madar.
I think Eran mentioned connectivity, automotive, keeping the rules of the environment, of privacy, of the IP of the companies, working together, and by working together and sharing data in a safe way, we can accelerate all the solutions and, all kind of micromobility and other ways of going from one point to other points better.
Great, so we just ran out of time. So I want to thank Ashok for joining us remotely. And thanks Madar, Eran, and Tiffany. I do hope that in 5 years we'll grab an autonomous shuttle and get here without spending time on traffic jams.
Good luck with that.
And thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Dar.
Thank you.
Holding this convention in person means that almost every single one of us has used a groundbreaking app that was one of the first to pave the way in the Israeli smart mobility industry. I'm talking about Waze, of course. Please welcome Mr. Uri Levin, co-founder of Waze.
Glad to be here, really glad that this convention is actually face-to-face because I got sick and tired of Zoom. I had enough of seeing people in small squares, and I really appreciate the fact that you're here. When I was about to come here today, I looked at nearly all the alternatives that I have, right? So Move It on one hand, being stuck in traffic on the other hand. Waze told me that it's going to be a very long journey. I eventually took my bicycle and rode here. And at the end of the day, the reason that we started Waze is that we hate traffic jams. We really hate traffic jams. And when we started, we had the vision that we are actually going to address that and solve traffic jams. But if you look at the traffic jams today, they are much more severe than they were in 2007 when we started. So to a certain extent, I would say we either failed in our journey or we are incomplete. And to an extent, I would say, you know what? Waze actually have a part of it. I didn't know that until someone told me that I empower them to drive. And so not only that I'm saving time in traffic jams, I actually empower more people to drive. And on one hand, I would say increasing traffic in that sense. And on the other hand, I would say I'm much more proud to empower people than to save them time. So I would like to share with you a little bit the perspective of the nature of the beast, the essence of the traffic problem. Because at the end of the day, when you think about it, and what you're really seeing in this picture is traffic jams, right? 5 lanes of traffic jams. Essentially, what we are seeing exactly is 200 people sitting in 177 vehicles. Now, I'm going to do a magic, and I'm going to remove the vehicles and keep the people in place. This is it. I can take these 177 200 people and fit them into 3 buses, right? I can use bicycles, I can use different things. The nature of the beast, by the way, if you think of Uber is actually make it worse, right? Because in some cases, when you think about it, if there's only the driver in the car, then essentially the car is empty, and the ratio between number of passengers to number of vehicles is actually becoming worse. If you think of autonomous vehicles, this is going to be even worse, right? Because they will be roaming around, creating traffic, and there is no one that is riding those. So if I really want to think about it, I want you to think of 1 kilometer of 1 lane, right? And imagine that on route number 1 from here to Jerusalem, or route 101 from San Jose to San Francisco, or Interstate 405 in LA, whatever it is, right? In this 1 kilometer, there are about 40 vehicles, maybe 45 vehicles. In those vehicles, there are 50 people. That's it. 50 people occupying 1 kilometer of road. And we simply don't have enough roads. The ratio of number of passengers per vehicle in the US and in the Western world is 1.1 passengers per vehicle. That's it, 1.1 passengers per vehicle. If you don't believe me, then tomorrow morning when you're stuck in traffic on Ayalon Highway, look around you and count how many people are in the cars around you. It's usually just the driver. And it's the driver, and then we have a big car around us, and then we need to keep space from the cars ahead of us and behind us and on the sides, and this is simply too much space. At the end of the day, if you think of the mobility choice, and this is where I go into the user perspective, right? The user actually have 3 things that he thinks about it when he chooses mobility, right? So one of them is convenience. And convenience is not objective, it's subjective. For some of them, it would be the privacy. For some of them, it's going to be the fact that I can actually watch movie while I'm transporting. The convenience is definitely the most important one. The other one is speed, how long it's gonna take me. I live in northern part of Tel Aviv. I'm gonna get there faster riding my bicycle than any other mean of transportation. And the last one is cost. Now I want you to imagine, I'm gonna build a system for you that is actually equally convenient to anything else that you have today, faster and free. If I can do that, the result will be that most of the people will choose that instead of driving their own car. So I want you to think of something that is fast, something that is free, something that is convenient, and something that can actually lead you from anywhere to anywhere. Now, if you have that, then you would say, wait a minute, why in heaven do I even need to own a car, or definitely not to use that on my daily commute? The name of the game, dedicated roads. If you think of Subway is fast, it's reliable, it's convenient, because there is a dedicated road for the train. If we do the same thing with a city, and just imagine any city in the US is built grid-based, right? Just take half of the avenues and half of the streets and make them only for public transportation. And the result is that you actually build a system that is taking you from anywhere to anywhere, right? Imagine an elevator, right? So this road takes you, or this street or avenue, there are public transportation going back and forth all day long. By the way, if you make them smaller vehicles at a higher frequency, then you get something that is much closer to an elevator. And they might be only 200 or 300 or 400 meters apart, right? So you can get from anywhere to anywhere. Now, the dedicated lanes or the dedicated roads enable you everything. At the same time, I would say this is really, really hard because it requires hard decision, right? So just show me the mayor that will tell all the citizens in his city or in her city, I'm going to take half of the roads away from you, and I'm going to use them for public transportation. Now, the good news is that if you do that, you will become the next president. The bad news is that if you do that, then everyone is going to complain. Making hard decisions is hard. We need people with the vision. But this is a decision that needs to be made by the authorities, right? By the municipality or by the city mayor, or occasionally, in some cases, by the Ministry of Transportation, in order to build it in a way that it's actually deliver much better solution. Now, if we don't do that, if you think that traffic jams today are bad, next year it's going to be even worse. And the year after that, it's going to be even worse. Here in Israel, we accumulate about 300,000 new vehicles every year. That's about 10% of the number of vehicles increase. Right? And you think about it and you say, okay, wait a minute. All those people are going to use the same roads as everyone else, and at the same time as everyone else. And we will be stuck in traffic forever. If we don't address that, then we really are going to have a major problem. Now, and to a certain extent, I would say, it's not up to us. It's not up to the innovators or to the entrepreneurs. It's up to the authorities and up to us to convince them. But you occasionally ask yourself, what is it that we can do as entrepreneurs? And the reality is that we can do quite a lot, right? I just want you to think of, and this is something that we have measured during the My Ways days, and we have measured that again during my movie days. And we looked at what happened for someone that wants to go to New York City by the Long Island Railroad and lives someplace in Long Island, right? And let's say in Plainview, and the nearest train station will be Hicksville, right? And so this person is leaving their house at about 7:30 in the morning, getting into their car, driving to the parking of the train station, and then driving throughout the entire parking lot, figuring out that there is no parking, and continue to drive to the city. Now, if you try to do the same thing in Kfar Saba, then you will get exactly the same results, right? So you leave your house at 7:30, you drive to the train station, you go into the parking garage, no parking, right? And so you keep on driving back to Tel Aviv. And this actually happens everywhere, right? Now, this is simple solution, right? If you realize that this is the nature of the beast, if you can reduce 10 to 20% of the vehicles driving into the major city by simply providing a solution for the first mile, not the last mile, the first mile, then you would end up with something that is actually generating a lot of value. Now, if you want to start in New York City, I would say no, start in any major city in Europe, or start even in Israel, because the number of passengers on the train here are dramatically higher. So this is one thing that I would say, if you think about it and you want to do something that creates an impact, deal with the first mile, and you can actually reduce traffic by 10 to 20% easily. Another thing that you can actually do is, and this is going back into the early days of us trying to figure out the product market fit of Waze, and we think about the following, right? So we're seeing people entering destination, driving to the destination, and keep on driving. And then we started to look at the traces of those, and we realized that they got into their destination, and now they're looking for parking, right? And so they're driving around the block, and then around a bigger block, and then they're starting to go all throughout all the cross streets of the block, until eventually they find the parking place. And you ask yourself, okay, how bad is that? Right now, in Tel Aviv, 1/3 of the vehicles are looking for parking. 1/3 of the vehicles are looking for parking. And essentially creating traffic jams by that, right? Because they are on the roads and they shouldn't be there. Anything that will deal with parking solution, anything that will improve parking within the cities for commuters is going to be pretty dramatic. And this is something that we also need to remember, right? So if you are an entrepreneur, if you think of solutions that will make an impact, First mile is one. On-street parking is another one. By the way, I'm working on some of those already, trying to essentially address the issue of parking, because I hate that. You know what, to an extent I hate parking as well, but I hate traffic. And maybe the last story, and this really has to do with Waze and less has to do with smart mobility. Over the years, I've heard so many people coming to me with different stories of Waze, telling me, "Oh, you have no idea how amazing it is." Actually, walking into this hallway, this hall, there was someone told me that this is the most important app on their phone. There was one guy that actually told me that he owes me thousands of dollars in speeding tickets, so even that as well. But I think that I owe the best story to my son. I have 5 kids. One of them is started to drive about 6 or 7 years ago, and he really liked to drive. He would drive anywhere, right? If I would tell him that that I need to go someplace, if he can drive me there, he would say absolutely. So one day, I asked him to drive me to the airport, and I said, "Take me to the airport." And he said, "I can't. My phone is broken. I can't." And I said, "Okay, what do you mean you can't? Here's the car, here are the keys, drive me to the airport." Say, no, Dad, you don't understand. My phone is broken. I don't know how to get there. So I was scratching my head for a second, and I said, "You know what? I'm gonna be in the car with you, and I will tell you how to get there." And then he said, "And how would I come back?" So we might lose orientation, but not logic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The technology behind connected and autonomous vehicles, mobility as a service, and all forms of unmanned aerial vehicles is all based on AI. From driving features to monitoring to cloud services, our next panel will discuss the short and long-term challenges as AI powers the future of transportation. To conduct this interview, please welcome Dr. Yaniv Altshuler, CEO at Endo, who will be hosting online 2 distinguished guests. Hello. Professor Alex Sandy Pentland, Director of the MIT Connection Science, and Dr. Luke Julia, CSO at Renault.
Hi everyone, and it's great to be here, and I also like to welcome Professor Pentland and Dr. Julia. When we're talking about artificial intelligence in smart transportation, the first application that comes to mind is, of course, autonomous driving. So, Dr. Julia, why don't you take us through the current limitations of autonomous driving? What does the future hold, and how do you think artificial intelligence can help us transcend the current limitations and bring us to fulfilling the full potential of autonomous driving?
Good afternoon. Happy to be here. Okay, so I'm afraid I'm going to be the party pooper here. But I mean, autonomous driving is very, very difficult, and it depends on what you call autonomous driving, of course. If you are talking about what we call level 5, which is the ultimate level, of autonomous driving, where the cars are going to be able to go anywhere, anytime, I mean, any situation, and to be able to handle that correctly, I mean, I'm afraid that this level 5 will actually never exist. So, I mean, that's actually a fact, in the sense that if you look at the challenges, that are in front of the machines, I mean, there are some situations that are just going to be impossible for them to handle. I mean, us humans, we can, invent, we can adapt to any situation, anything that is going to happen. I mean, we don't do it always well. I mean, often we don't, but actually we do something. I mean, the issue is the current state of AI and the current state of of the way we are doing artificial intelligence with the cameras, the LiDARs, the radars, whatever. I mean, it's an overload of information that even though we are going to be able to train those machines, and to have models very complicated, and I mean, all that, I mean, there will always be situations where it's just going to be impossible for the car to react correctly, right? So, I mean, of course, I have examples that I can give later, but I mean, I will let the floor for Alex, to continue on that.
Yeah, Sandy, your comments on these harsh words?
So many years ago, I designed the framework for the Nissan autonomous driving systems. And after thinking about it, we decided that we would go for level 2. And the reason, which is to say, it's helping the driver, but it's not taking over full control, typically. And in fact, actually, level 2 that trained the driver to be a better driver. So it has this sort of feedback loop concept. And the reason we did that is we realized that it's not just the cars that need to change, it's society, it's the drivers, all the humans need to be changed as well to get more autonomy. And that's going to take decades because people, culture changes slowly. And then the other thing that we realized is that as that system was deployed, and recently it was the largest deployed system in the world, numerically, you got something like 85% of the reduction in accidents and similar negative things just by level 2. And you're only going to get another 15%, even if you go all the way to 15, to level 5. So there's really not a lot of reason to rush towards this dream of level 5.
Yeah, I actually have to say I agree with the way both of you view this situation. Let's move to a different topic. Let's talk about data. I remember that a few years ago I discovered that automotive is the segment that consumes the largest amount of processors. I was sure it was smartphones or laptops, but apparently cars takes today the most amount of sensors and processors, and all this data eventually is used either by the car itself or by systems that deployed, onboarded onto it. Sandy, how would you think, what would you say is the best way to look at all this data and using it the way to use it without infringing privacy, without defending, without infringing IP rights of different systems that are onboarded to the same car, but still allowing each system to work with its full potential?
Yeah, so two comments. One is a quote, a mangled quote from Elon Musk, asked why he wasn't being hurt by the chip shortage. And he pointed out that in most cars, you have hundreds of chips because the brake system, the control system, this system, all separate manufacturers integrated by the OEM. And in his cars, you have one central controller. It's a very high value chip that the chip producers really want to produce. So it's not true that all cars have lots of chips. Some of the ones that are most advanced have very few chips, more like a cell phone. But just like cell phones, you have this problem of who owns the data, privacy, transmission of all this data. And as a consequence, the fastest growing part of AI is now called federated AI, or federated machine learning, where you don't send the data back home. You leave the data in the car, and what happens is the car communicates with central authorities to optimize parameters, to get updates, but it doesn't defaultly transmit data. And it turns out that you can build AI algorithms that are just as good as the centralized ones, but without moving the data around. And that has a couple of advantages. One is the communication cost is dramatically lower. And if you lose communication, it doesn't really matter because there's an autonomous controller in the car. It doesn't need the central authority for every moment. And then the third thing is it's much more secure and private because you're not taking that detailed personal data and sending that up a pipe to someplace else. All you're doing is sending statistics, parameters, things like that up the pipe. So that seems to be the direction to go. Cell phones have already done that. For instance, Android phones have moved in that direction. I think Apple phones are moving in that direction. And I expect to see cars move in that direction because the case for federated AI is really compelling.
Yeah. Well, when we talk about artificial intelligence, there is also another aspect of it that we have to take into consideration, and that is adversarial AI. Because when we rely more and more on autonomous algorithms at the end of the day to take decision in real time, decisions that can also cost in human lives, we need to remember that these models are often susceptible to attacks. It can either be benign bugs or some false data that the system is exposed to, or even malicious attacks that can deliberately cause accidents or create traffic jam and completely jam a city. We just heard this very interesting talk by Waze founder mentioning that here in Tel Aviv, 1/3 of the cars are looking for parking spaces. So what if we can somehow cause our autonomous cars to continuously drive very slow and jam the city? This can actually be an attack against a sovereign nation and so on. So Luke, how would you, what would you think be the best ways to cope with adversarial attacks on AI models?
So, I mean, to rebound on what Sandy just said, it's very clear that edge computing, so, I mean, to have, the computing being done on the edge is going to help also on that, in the sense that, if you limit the communication with the outside world, of course, you are going to limit also the possibility of attacks, right? So, that's going to be very, very interesting. I mean, and we need, because of latency, because of a lot of things like you just said before, we need to have this, those computers who are doing more and more in the vehicle itself. So anyway, I mean, we need also to be very clear that we will never be able to prevent all the attacks that are coming from the outside. So this one, I mean, you can build the most secure system. You can say that it's secure. It will never be fully secure. Okay, so we need to be very clear about that. So there will be attacks because security is a race, right? So we are hopefully going to be, always on the front, but we need to be very, very careful to be always doing the right thing in terms of security. Now, the other things, which are, the bugs, which are the wrong data, I mean, this is something that can happen. And it happened in every system. But when you see the level of confidence that those cars are getting, and this is also what Sandy was saying before about the deployment of the Nissan Level 2. I mean, the drop of the number of accidents is dramatic. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And so we need to trust, the technology somehow, because we know that a braking system is going to be better than us the humans, because us, I mean, we may drink a little bit, we might text a little bit while driving. I mean, we might do a lot of things that are not allowed, basically, or that are not safe, where the systems are going to be much safer than us. Yes, there will be bugs. Yes, there will be wrong data sometimes. Yes, there will be attacks. But, the reality is that when you see the numbers, there are actually the number of accidents, the number of issues, you see that they are very, very low compared to humans.
Yeah, Of course, there are bugs and problems in human drivers as well, but society tends to be less forgiving when it comes to the human factor. Sandy, anything to add on adversarial AI?
I'm involved in a project that came out of Ashdod and is now being supported by the Israeli central government to put together what's called a data exchange, data trust network, where you can have exchange of data between many companies, not just one source. So it's sort of an open data type of thing, not that it's free necessarily, but that a car, a bus, whatever, can have access to many data sources in real time. And what that does is that gives you a distributed system in terms of data, where an attacker has to take out all the data sources to get the worst sorts of attacks. If they take out just one data source, then there's other alternative data sources. It might not be quite as good, but it's not 100% attack. And that sort of resilience through diversity of information sources is really key to building a system that's very, very difficult to take out.
Yeah. I imagine actually your concept, and this resembles what it's called, what is known as you said, resilience. I wonder if it can also be implemented in a system that is stronger, something like anti-fragility, that adapt automatically for such an attack and modifies itself so the next time that the attack would be tried, the attacker would try the same attack, it would not work. Do you think that this is possible?
I think in certain aspects, certainly. You know, if you degrade the quality of the information, then you probably hurt the overall performance. But certainly you will learn from attacks. This is one of the key lessons, is to build algorithms that adapt to those attacks. And the system as a whole, therefore, gets stronger the more attacks it gets.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, I mean, we learned, you know, in history that basically the best way is always to have a plan B, right? So whatever happens when you have an attack or when you have something else, you always be ready, you know, to have something that is going to be the degrade situation. And this is, you know, what you have to have anyway. Because when you don't expect something, you still need to do something. So this is what matters, you know, in those algorithms.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Sandy. Thanks for being with us here today. And that's it for artificial intelligence and the future of smart transportation. Thank you all.
And now, to close this exciting day's panels and discussions, our next guest does not often grant interviews, so we are particularly delighted to have his time today. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Arkady Volozh, co-founder and CEO of Yandex. Hello.
Hello.
It works.
It works.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, we only have a short time, I know, but can you maybe tell us how did you begin your journey, and did you ever think that it will go this far?
30 years ago, I was a computer science student. That's how it began, and if we are short on time, that's basically it. 30 years later, we have this nice company.
I think there are a lot of students with the computer at home. I don't think many of them will be the heads of a conglomerate.
Well, we first just figure out how to do search and combine it with knowing of the language you're searching in. And that's how we became unique on our market. And then, after being a search company for like 15 years, we became like a company of everything.
Yada, yada, yada. We became a conglomerate. So maybe you can tell us, how do you think all the fields that you're involved in are connected?
Well, we're a technology company in the essence. We know how to move the electrons, and now, in addition to that, we know how to move the atoms. We were moving bits and bytes, and we created a lot of nice technologies from search to self-driving, and now it brought us to moving real things in the world. We are now one of the largest logistics company on our market, and here as well.
Okay, unlike the American companies, Yandex started approaching the Western markets only recently. Why?
We were spoiled. In the first 20 years of our history, when you live in Israel, when you're a technology company in Estonia, if you are the best in the world, what do? You serve the other markets. You cannot stay just in Israel. We were a little bit spoiled. We had a big market under us. We lived in a big market, which actually waited to be developed. So a lot of effort of ours went to developing tools for this specific market. And we were so good that we openly competed with all the global companies and survived. Not only survived, actually, we were called the Google of Russia, the Uber of Russia, the Amazon of Russia, whatever. But we were focused just on that market because it gave us a lot of business, first of all, and a lot of things to improve, so that we were focused on it. But now we're so big there, but we should not be growing there anymore. We need to find something else, and that's why I'm looking everything we can, any market we can apply our technologies from our market. So we have technologies which are world class, we believe. We applied it to one market. We were very successful. We know the things, how to apply these technologies to real markets. And we decided about ourselves, okay, so we are not a global company, and we just have one market, but we may become a trans-local company. We can go market by market, applying our great technologies to great new markets. Like
Trans-local is a very nice definition. But in Russia, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't have a lot of competition. And in the Western...
Russia?
Yes.
We have all the competition you can imagine. We compete, you cannot name a company which is a competitor of Google and survived and beat it. Actually, we have 60% of the market share. They have 30% of the market share in search. Well, there is just few companies who competed with Uber and still survived. I don't know, we are the Spotify. Spotify is a tiny market it's a tiny player on our market. We provide the musical service. We are the largest streaming service now. Well, Netflix exists, it's one of the players, but we are larger, and so on. So we have a lot of competition, both from our Russian companies, other players, and the global companies. So we have more competition than anywhere else, I think.
So how would you define the differences between you and other companies, Western companies like Google, for example?
I think we have technologies which are deep as any of them have, but we are much more focused on our market, and we try to understand how the things work on the market, specific market. Like here, we came now to Israel, launched several services. I don't know how many of the people in the auditorium are using 15 minutes grocery delivery, Yam Godeli. Okay, some. Okay, if it's, I don't see anything actually from here, but if it's a lot of people, then it's a big success. If not, we have a big potential.
In other places other than Tel Aviv, for example?
This particular model is also launched in London and Paris now, and we are now
No, I mean, but in Israel, for example, the problem is all the services are in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, and the other places are
it starts
a bit
from,
neglected, if I may.
Okay. We started from Tel Aviv, and now we're going to Gush Dan, and it will be everywhere. We just started this year. It just started. So we will be everywhere. any service, we're not doing logistics. We did taxi, but taxi is a separate story in Israel, too much regulated. We do now Corkinets. The wind is our business. What else?
I think a lot of the people here in the audience ask themselves, what is your interest, special interest in Israel? How's your Hebrew, by the way?
Lot of. Just
7 years, man. You've been living here for 7 years.
Well, yeah. Well, I have family here. My parents are here. My mother passed away, fortunately, 3 years ago here.
But we're a small market.
No, actually. This is about being translocal. Yes, Israel looks like a small market if you're a global company. We look at it completely differently because, well, the market for us, for this kind, we have many services like search and clouds and other B2B things is separate. Let's talk about city services like taxi, scooters, delivery, logistics, e-commerce. In these all services work when you analyze the market. You analyze it by cities. You rank the cities of the world. There is maybe 100 of cities which are megapolises, 10 million plus. And if you look at it, on our core market, we have we have Moscow and a bunch of cities above 1 million. And if you look at Israel, it's yet another great market, great city, actually. Israel is a nice city of 10 million people, almost 10 million people. It's going to be 15 soon, I'm sure, because any megapolis today is 15 million. There's a lot of parks on the north and deserts on the south, but this is one city. There are different regions of the city. There's Tel Aviv, there's Jerusalem and Haifa, but this is one city, because anything which is connected with less than 2 hours is one city. So for us, it's a big megapolis, which is comparable to what we have. And and this is a very good city because the per capita, the wealth of the citizens here is much higher than on our core market. So in grocery delivery, this 15-minute model, for example, Israel will become, I don't know, maybe half of Russia. This is a tiny market, which is half of Russia. When you look at the map, you see Russia big, but in terms of the services like this, Israel is big.
From a nice city, you made us Russia. That's very interesting. We're watching now your Yandex Delivery, and it's a new service, and now it works where?
Well, it's self-driving delivery. Again, we don't do just delivery. We do self-driving cars for our taxi fleet. In our taxi fleet, we have 700,000 cars in 18 markets. And eventually, and the main problem we have is that nobody wants to be a driver, a taxi driver. So eventually, the taxi drivers should be augmented and then maybe replaced by self-driving, and it will take several years to get there. But before we launch these things in delivery, we have a lot of deliveries with millions of deliveries. And again, the main problem is nobody wants to be a courier. I wonder if somebody in this audience wants to be a courier. Maybe not. People don't want to be on these boring jobs. And since they're boring, they're easy to automate. And this is the kind of automatization we're doing now. And these are real physical deliveries, which we do in Russia and in America.
When will it be here?
And actually, okay, tomorrow I have a meeting with a minister here, and I will tell you. Because it's a regulation. Again, companies are competing in technologies, countries are competing in regulation. Mm-hmm. And Israel, I must say, is lagging behind in self-driving regulation. America and China were the first. Russia is 1.5 years ahead of Israel now in self-driving regulation. The law which was adopted here just last month was adopted in Russia almost 2 years ago. Germany is ahead now. How can we allow Germany to be ahead of Israel? Let's do Let's do self-driving regulated. Deregulated.
We're just a nice city.
No, this is a startup nation.
Thank you so much for devoting your time. And I think we could talk for half an hour, but our time is up. So thank you very much again. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that was a wonderful day. The kickoff of our summit. I hope you've enjoyed this company, the company of all these global experts, and managed to make some new connections. Please join us at our cocktail in a few minutes, where you can share your thoughts and exchange ideas over some drinks. Tomorrow will be all about the future. So we will see you again tomorrow.